Hello and good morning at Ars Electronica 2025. It's a really big pleasure and honor to host again not only this conference now, but another year of amazing projects and activities within the STARTS program. I would need much more time that I have allotted just to start to explain how important the impact of the STARTS initiative in the European communities of art and technology has been in the last years. I think you all know best that STARTS really became a very valuable and strong brand for European Union, really connecting and supporting these important initiatives to bring the world of art and creativity together with the world of technology and science. And I think in days like now, it's even more important because we need to strengthen the alliances, and this is one of the best things that European programs can do. And talking about strong alliances, of course, we have the best possible people today guiding us through the program, and this is already everything I'm allowed to say now because they know that I would never stop otherwise. So I'm very happy to have you here, and I'm happy to hand over to you, Francesca and Vicente.
Thank you. So thank you, Gerfried. As always, thanks to Ars Electronica first. And good morning, welcome everyone to the Archipelago of Possible Futures. It is really an honor for us to be here and curating this year's START Day seminar event. And to do this at Ars Electronica, which we all know is a home for everyone that courageously try to redraw the boundaries between arts, science, technology, and politics. In a time where we know, yes, panic is among us, but we actually feel, yes, that we live in an age of permanent panic, but we also know that panic can be a catalyst, either for collapse or for reinvention. And I think we took the privilege in this Archipelago event. We're going to stay all day together, so sit comfortably, have a drink, chat. You know, this is not a policy summit. This is a moment to come together, test crazy ideas, test ideas that are also outside of the boundaries of what is usually allowed, and to do it together, to move our ideas into practical possibilities to transform Europe. So we really try to move the panic in a place where we are looking at the political economy of infrastructures, and we want to show how we build democratic infrastructures for Europe in an age of increasing authoritarianism and AI dominance. We are surrounded by systems that we use every day that are shaping our lives and always really invisibly. So we have artificial intelligence and cloud that are tied to militarization, platforms that are built for extraction of labor, extraction of emotions, extraction of raw material, extraction of data, and infrastructures that erode democracy. And we're feeling as Europe now a direct attack to other democratic systems. But as I was saying, today we are just trying to do three things. We are trying to reckon with the new architecture of power, try to name them, try to understand what they are, and try to go deeper into their structural components and the structural issues we see there. We are trying to rebuild alternatives that are collective, that are accountable and democratic. And we want to reimagine what technology can be when it serves people, not power. This means that we are going to mix disciplines, challenging entrenched power systems, and pairing politics with experimentation, something we all know it's not very easy to do, and also critique with creativity, critique with social imagination. And I I end by saying that, yes, we know that artificial intelligence infrastructure can deepen authoritarian control, and the first session of the day will be very focused on that. But we also know they can be exposed, resisted, reimagined with alternative political and social and environmental context. One thing we want to say very loudly: we are not powerless. This is something we have to know. We can design accountability, build democratic oversight, and mobilize social and collective imagination and action. This is what the Archipelago of Possible Future is about, not just naming this crisis and this panic, but daring to invent the alternatives. We have this day, please use it, discuss it, form new alliances. And yes, I hand over to José Luis, which is my partner in crime of the Archipelago, for his remarks.
Thank you. We're starting amazing. We haven't even started. I think everyone in this room knows that this is a moment of urgency in Europe. And actually, that big red word that is all over town, panic, seems to be like a constant reminder of that. It is, in Linz, the elephant in the room is like spread all over the places in a way. There is a need to shape visions and policies that determine what our collective future is going to look like. And it seems urgent, and it seems that it's going to have a big, looming, determining effect over our collective future. And one of the things that we feel that we deeply need is visions and narratives that can allow us to imagine a model of innovation that is aligned with democratic and open and diverse values, that does not generate massive concentrations of power, and that presents alternatives to this rather bleak, pessimistic outlook that is projected over our collective future ahead. We need, in a way, new imaginaries that can produce these desirable futures. This community that gathers here, that has been gathering here for a very long time, for decades at this point, for us, we believe, is a key actor, is a really important actor to determine and to imagine all over other imaginaries, collective visions of the future. Like, we need, for many of us who gather here, to contribute to how can we facilitate these desirable futures. In 2024, in the context of the New European Bauhaus Festival, we started the Archipelago for Possible Futures, convinced of a few things. One is that one of the actual determining features of a possible European model of innovation is this cross-pollination with multiple actors and communities, and the arts, design, social activities and communities are essential to build these new imaginaries. That actually, this is something that is happening here, and it has been growing in different forms. We have produced institutions like STARS, the one that is a protagonist today, that is pointing at this in a very key way. Also, we have been normalizing the idea that artistic research is research. And as such, it has an impact, and as such, it shapes the future of our societies, and it cross-pollinates with other knowledge-producing communities. Today, it is not strange, and I think this is something that we should be proud of, that Horizon project includes a high facility for supercomputation, but also an arts festival, or a studio working in alternatives for the collective social good. This is the future, as we imagine it, is not being exclusively shaped within the silos of the tech sector and the way that it mingles with capital in multiple ways. And also, finally, that one thing that should be proud of is that Europe has, for sure, the most diverse, most extensive, more rich public cultural infrastructure in the world. It has been building up collectively through decades of work and effort, and that this layer is an essential layer to work with society, with citizens, to produce these visions of the future. The Archipelago for Possible Futures is trying to make these three structural principles something that we can build on top of to envision these alternative narratives. And we're very thankful to Ars Electronica, to Veronica and Gerfried, of everyone, for allowing us to take over the symposium today in the third summit in the series of Archipelago Summits, in a topic, in a day, in an event that is very much focused on how can we imagine alternatives to the oppressive and authoritarian technological layers that are embedding us more and more. As Francesca was saying, it's going to be a very intense day. We call these events gathering of voices, and the gathering of voices that are manifesting here today are very diverse from origin, from intellectual background for a space of intervention. Hold tight. It's going to be a long and within very fruitful conversation. Thanks for hosting us and thanks for joining us today.
Okay, so we move immediately to the first session of the event. The future of technology is the future of politics, and we want to make sure we participate in shaping it. So, welcome again, and let's begin. The first session is AI Workload and the New Architecture of Power. I've spent my entire professional life, as many of you know, fighting for technology that served the public interest, the public good, and democracy. But we are now, and we should all be actually very worried about that, witnessing a dangerous authoritarian turn. In particular, I would say digital authoritarian turn. A handful of tech oligarchs and foreign, increasingly authoritarian governments have now control of the critical infrastructures of our daily life. Think about Elon Musk deciding if Ukraine stays online or not in the battlefield. Think about social media algorithms that are weaponized to interfere in elections, in European elections. Microsoft cuts off email access to the International Criminal Court prosecutor investigating Israeli war crimes. Companies like Palantir embed their surveillance tech deep into our hospital, our police, and our borders. This is not a future threat. It is happening right now. The US even threatened sanctions against European regulators who dare to enforce our own digital laws. So our question today is urgent. How do we hold this power to account? How do we dismantle authoritarian tech? This is the goal of this session, to examine how military, corporate, and political power are converging in AI infrastructures, and to ask together, how do we build democratic alternatives for Europe and beyond? So we have a fantastic first speaker to talk about these issues. To start the session, I welcome Sarah Siston on stage. She's this year's STARS Prize winner. Her project, the AI Workload Database, reveals how AI and cloud infrastructures not only drive consumptions and productivity tools, but also enable surveillance, control, and militarization. By making this hidden pipeline of power visible and contestable, she opens space for critical reflections and resistance. Please welcome Sarah Siston.
Hello, thank you very much to the organizers and to the speakers and for all of you for being here today. The reason that I began this work was to demystify complex AI systems and to remind us all of our own agency when working with them. I started with a quite personal question. What responsibility do I have in choosing machine learning tools when the tools we use daily are also used to wage war at a massive scale? Every week, headlines about bigger, faster AI now compete with headlines about AI weaponized in warfare. Yet all too often, these conversations remain separate, despite the fact that these different uses rely on similar tools. Pardon, I'm not getting video playback. Let's start again. It wouldn't be a tech talk without a little bit of tech issues, right? in the sneak preview. Okay, let's try it. So, all too often these conversations about AI in warfare and then AI in art or the AI hype are happening in separate rooms, and we're not seeing the overlap as much as we might be invested in one or the other conversations. But the AI War Cloud database is an interactive tool, research tool, and artwork that's trying to map the technical systems which amplify and accelerate high-risk military decision-making and trying to bring these conversations both into the same room. So today, I will briefly talk about 4 aspects of this and what I'm calling the techno-imperial boomerang after Césaire, how AI is accelerating and amplifying warfare, how it's privatizing power, and where it draws on prior infrastructures and narratives. As AI accelerates and scales up massive destruction, it's also entangling this damage with the tools that many people use every day, including chatbots, search engines, and streaming services. The database aims to reveal the links between battlefield systems and commercial AI, corporate interests, and the apps on our phones. And the database does this in order to understand how machine learning tools travel from weapon to product and back again. As more tech startups become defense contractors, the database suggests a framework to explore these shifts in power that move us toward private, unregulated control and algorithmic logics. And these shifts are already impacting many of us directly, and they cannot be offset by including humans in the loop. But while the database focuses on the technical aspects, these cannot be discounting the truly horrific human impacts that AI warfare creates. Instead, this work is trying to unpack the abstraction that AI so often puts between us and those impacts. So by understanding that the very same kinds of machine learning tasks are used to kill people as are used to recommend movies and to help write emails, this database is showing how the increasing weaponization of consumer technology and the consumerization of weapons technology raise the urgent stakes for the tools in our own pockets. For example, employing machine learning can mean that it is incredibly difficult to parse where decisions are made, where actions are taken, and who's responsible. Designers will emphasize that there should always be a human in the loop. However, examining machine learning tasks means that we can help understand that this phrase, human in the loop, is a misnomer. First, there are always humans involved. And second, what does it mean for a person to make a decision when the basis of that decision was already completely algorithmically constructed? To make the AI War Cloud database, I began by looking for patterns across the kinds of machine learning tools that are used in AI warfare. And what I've found is that almost every conceivable machine learning process is being employed in state warcraft. Any machine learning task, any algorithm has some kind of application or is being investigated by governments and companies for one. And conversely, warfare itself becomes a rapid testing ground for AI systems that are then adapted into commercial products. To chart these entanglements, my research focuses specifically on the machine learning tools that combine massive data sets and compute power to create what militaries call AI decision support systems and the companies behind them. So I'm not focusing on automated weapons or things like drones themselves, but on the data gathering, data modeling, data processing, and decision-making systems that help support those weapons and which are those weapons are relying upon and which AI is enhancing. The research is based on data from publicly available sources, a variety of recent journalism, military and industry product websites, white papers, patents, academic scholarship, code documentation, and government tenders. And so far, the database includes more than 50 examples since the year 2000, so the last 25 years. And this is a very small scope of what's out there and just what, as one person, I've been able to include so far. It's a non-comprehensive list and gives only a brief description of each system. I consider these touch points and starting places for conversation and welcome. It's all open source and available for your contributions and input. And these are just moments of concern and starting points for future research. It's also worth mentioning that the information gathering is affected by my own position and where I am based in the world and what information is available where I am. Many secondary infrastructures, the material extraction and the products are supporting these systems underneath that are not themselves AI, including data centers around the world, chip manufacturers and suppliers that rely on the global majority. And these are areas for potential expansion of the research. So here is a taxonomy that I created to support and sort through this overwhelming number of systems. And this is based around the objectives of each system and the machine learning tasks that they would likely use to accomplish their activities. So from gathering all of these systems, I sorted them into common applications that they might have in a military context, and then how those might track into a commercial sector. So sometimes these tools have been already directly adapted from a military project into multiple commercial products. Or sometimes this is corporate speculation about potential use cases, and in other cases, the companies developing them are the very same. And one can follow across the chart to see how a video game becomes a generative mapping tool, or how a recommender system in a music streaming service might relate to a target recommending system in a battlefield, or how a robot vacuum becomes a bomb robot. This was the case with the well-known smart home company iRobot, which made Roomba automatic vacuums and used the same technology that mapped people's living rooms to build military robots that map remote terrain. These examples map a rapid slide from battlefield applications with grave consequences to desktop applications that might otherwise seem completely innocuous. And they show how this movement across domains can happen in both directions. These AI decision-making systems exist also on a historical continuum with other technologies that have been used for controlling resources, knowledge, and people. For example, in Jordan, the company IrisGuard tested its biometric technology on refugees in the UNHCR camps, and this was a mandatory requirement for receiving aid and shelter. This iris scanning is now part of crypto wallet technology. Other biometrics like facial recognition are now used by Border Patrol and immigration and are then being integrated into phones and even dating apps. And we know that empires have long used colonies as laboratories for surveillance and control technologies, which are then re-imported and employed on local citizens. Once called the imperial boomerang, this is now becoming a techno-imperial boomerang. AI warfare is accelerating this testing ground for technology, both upscaling violence and normalizing its frameworks through the widespread adoption of its tools. These tools matter in particular because not only are we using them to decide who lives or dies, but they now speed up those decisions exponentially and amplify the faulty assumptions built into them. Their marketers speak in euphemisms like information dominance and increased combat tempo, which is to say, kill people faster. Quote, the US Army has said that it has managed in live tests to shorten its own 20-minute targeting cycle to 20 seconds. And with the help of the gospel system, the IDF moved from generating 50 targets per year to 100 targets every day, with 50% of them being attacked. Scholars and activists Christian Heck and Rainier Rehack liken these systems to dirty bombs rather than precision instruments because they are producing far more casualties than older forms of warfare. Researchers are already finding that language models are bad decision makers in battlefield contexts. All 5 off-the-shelf LLMs show forms of escalation and difficult to predict escalation patterns. Models tend to develop arms race dynamics, leading to greater conflict. The Israeli military uses a combination of AI systems like Lavender, Fire Factory, Fire Weaver, Wolfpack, Gospel, and Where's Daddy to track and target people. Their Lavender tool creates kill lists. It ranks almost everyone in Gaza for how likely they are to be a militant based on their alleged similarity to pre-existing targets. So to do this, it collects visual information, mobile phone information, social media connections, battlefield information, phone contacts, photos, and quote, over time, the machine will come to identify features on its own. So it analyzes these data and draws connections across them using text analysis, image analysis, ranking, and classification. Lavender relies on similar principles to commercial recommendation systems, such as those that operate video streaming or online shopping. So for example, if I liked this video reel or I forwarded that post on social media, a recommender system is going to mark me as being similar to another user who also did the same. But if I change my SIM card too often, or if I join a WhatsApp group, which were some of the specific behaviors that marked targets for Lavender, I might also be targeted and killed. But these systems use questionable assumptions to produce this digital likeness, drawing on dangerous analogies about behavior. So my digital double cannot fully nor accurately represent me. Even if the data that I am judged against were accurate, but we know that it itself is questionable because many foundation models are drawing on data sets with suspect lineage, and their problems remain embedded in the outputs of those models once they're trained. So how are we to trust these models, especially in warfare, when we know that their information comes from unstable ground truths, as it necessarily must? AI is also helping to shift the balance of power from state actors to a mix of corporate interests that cut across borders and outside legal regulations. So it's not only the big defense contractors, but also these same big Silicon Valley companies that produce personal technologies, your Amazon, Google, Microsoft, Oracle, IBM, Meta. But these companies also include hybrids of the two forms who specialize in advanced military technology that they also market to consumers, like Palantir and Anduril, as well as small tech startups who see the defense market as a capital-rich area to disrupt. This shift is empowering private actors to build experimental technologies using public money, but working outside these regulatory bounds and profiting from these tools in commercial contexts. For example, Palantir's CEO, Alex Karp, describes its artificial intelligence platform seen here as an army of AI agents that will do what I say for me. Here's a demo of the tool as it would be deployed in active combat contexts, so users can interact conversationally to understand battlefields and execute commands using a chat-like interface. And then on their commercial demos, you can see Palantir pitches the same platform as a dashboard for supply chain management, fit for tracking infrastructure or tasking satellites. Their tool probably resembles the AI agents you're already familiar with, like OpenAI's GPT-5 or Google Notebook LM, which let novice users upload documents and which can modify files and output summaries in different tones. However, we know that some popular commercial models are outputting inaccurate information more than half the time, and Palantir relies on the very same kinds of models to support sensitive, sometimes life-threatening work. In this example, we're looking at Palantir's Gotham tool used in a demo to coordinate military action, also drawing on satellite footage, CCTV, and gathered intelligence, and then integrated with its AI decision support systems. Here, Palantir's Foundry product is itself not AI, but is enabling the machine learning itself by organizing different kinds of information into a dynamic database. And these kinds of tools are then what enable tracking individuals across platforms and across different databases by putting them together, even when this data has been anonymized. Several US, UK, and EU governments already contract with Palantir to use Foundry. And we can see in this particular demo that the designer's imaginary for how the system works ranges broadly from, in this case, tracking a terrorist training camp roster to, in this patent example, tracking people through their academic organizations, their charity donations, their travel and device usage. AI warfare requires infrastructure that is not itself AI. And these so-called kill chains are usually a combination of multiple processes, some of which are not strictly machine learning. They're part of larger systems that fit together many pieces of fallible technology and fallible people. They rely on and build upon existing non-smart infrastructure and hardware already in place, so things like camera networks, satellite networks, data centers. And they build on these with new innovations like the language models, the computer vision, the automated personal assistants. Therefore, it's really important to remember that rejecting these forms of automated decision-making begins before they have arrived. It begins with rejecting the technologies that precede them. And part of tracing these contemporary AI systems is to trace their material origins and to link them with the histories of technology and political power. From IBM's de Homag punch card tabulator used in Nazi Germany, to IBM's simultaneous translation system first used in Nuremberg, to the Dynaspeak translation tools used by the US in Iraq. Even Apple's Siri assistant was first called Callow, a DARPA-created assistant for battlefield commanders. Palantir uses placeholder data from England's days of empire and the Tudor dynasty in their patent application for geolocation tools. These may be intended to be a lighthearted kind of placeholder data for information that really no one's supposed to see. And yet, it's not a new habit or entirely a joke. It goes to show the intertwined narratives of power and tech that run very deep. Here are early PowerPoint demos from 1997 that feature a slide deck in which Christopher Columbus pitches foreign conquest of Spain, including through improved technologies and military force used against local populations. There are centuries of collaboration between war machines and technology research, embedded in the narratives of the latest technology and in the infrastructures that support them. In closing, the specific tasks, processes, and materials that build AI matter. Pinpointing the tangible machine learning used in warfare helps us connect the dots of AI systems so that we can take responsibility for the choices that we do have. Because of the connections across corporate and state actors in the techno-military domain, AI warfare affects us all, even if we are not directly yet impacted by war. The technologies tested in conflict zones are reappearing already on our own devices, and they are imminently adaptable for fascism, both at home and abroad. The consequences are potentially and already horrific, and they require our response. They ask all of us to examine how we rely on these same tools, where we source them, and how we will shift those choices. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sarah. So our next speaker needs no introduction. Eyal Weizman is the founding director of Forensic Architecture. Eyal and his team have transformed the very idea of investigation, turning satellite images, smartphone videos, and spatial data into civic weapons. They don't just record violence, they reconstruct it, making undeniable what power works to hide. From Gaza to Syria, forensic architecture has exposed war crimes and state violence and pushed perpetrators before courts, parliaments, and the global public. Right now, they are on the front lines in Palestine, supporting the International Court of Justice case on genocide. Eyal's work reminds us to see is not passive. It is an act of confrontation. Today, his keynote is their way out of panic, takes us straight into the struggles over oversight, evidence, and resistance in an age of AI weapons and militarized infrastructure. Hello, please welcome Eyal Weizman, which is going to join us online. Hi.
And I'm really delighted to speak in this event. I was thinking what to present today, and I want to make really a kind of a point that comes from our work this week. But before that, can I just let me know if you cannot hear me or not see? If everything's okay, I'll just assume it's. If you don't say anything, I'll just assume it's okay. So we are facing now, of course, as you know, the last onslaught on Gaza City that has been announced as almost like the closing act of a genocide that is almost 2 years in the making, and it is undertaken in clear genocidal terms as a complete annihilation of an urban environment. I remind you that genocide, in the way it is conceived by the Genocide Convention, is about the destruction of society. And what is a city if not the, let's say, the material infrastructure in which homes and public institutions, hospitals, in all conditions of life are kind of woven together, and therefore the ungrounding of a city, the turning of a city into a desert, effectively, as you could see in the image taken yesterday in the outskirts of Gaza City and Al Zaytun, north east of Gaza City. The Israeli army is progressing gradually, step by step, from the outside in, and we're tracking it, of course, with techniques and images and type of, let's say, visual literacy that you know of our work. So I'll not go into it, but really we're marking almost a building by building as it is being destroyed and as Gaza City is being demolished from the outside in, turned into a set of what is in effect dunes. I think that we will see later, Gaza City is generally a flat surface. Israeli genocide has terraformed the Gaza Strip into a set of mountains and ridges, into valleys that are kind of terraformed through the use of bulldozers. So the amount of rubble that is being produced, we are tracking it in many, many ways, and we're seeing that at the same time, the genocide of Gaza is two things. It's an act of ungrounding, of destruction, and it's an act of construction. And I think that these are the twin actions of all military activity generally. Destruction and construction are not complete opposites. So now you would say, what is here construction? What is constructive from an architectural perspective? And I don't mean it in any way as a value judgment or something that is good. I'm meaning it as a form of reshaping. I'll give you an example because it's very current, although this plan that you see in front of you and horrible renderings have been the attempt by Arab states, and particularly Egypt, to propose a master plan for the reconstruction of the Gaza Strip. You know, typical renderings of cookie cutter kind of architecture on the right, and the way that they are designing in March the Gaza Strip here on the left. What was interesting for us in looking into at this plan is that the elements of destruction imposed by the Israeli occupation army, for example, the buffer zone, you know, that the tide of destruction and the movements of rubble moves in Gaza from the outside in, no? As the Israeli bulldozer actually both destroying building and shaping them into mountains from the outside in. The Egyptian master plan has integrated that buffer zone as a green area, effectively giving credence to the logic of Israel's destruction. Some of you might remember that the path of invasion and the biggest kind of act of destruction at the beginning and the first year of the genocide has been along Wadi Gaza, the Netzarim corridor. That has been reflected again in the Egyptian plan. I should add that it's run by Egyptian planners and commissioned by the Egyptian government, but it's endorsed not only by the majority of Sunni Arab states, from the Gulf states to Saudi Arabia and others, but also by the EU. Here, the destruction of Rafah is mirrored by another kind of green space that they propose at the south. The lines, the pathways of destruction coming here, again from the periphery, that's the Gaza Strip, these are Israeli territories, have been integrated into that, so that we could see that effectively Israel has learned from that map that has been produced that whatever destruction they generate on the ground will be integrated in the any plans of reconstruction. So effectively, they are carving out and designing the strip according to their strategic needs. Since that moment that plan has actually been published, other acts of destruction has been undertaken, and I think that what was created is a certain positive feedback loop between plans for reconstructions and pathways for destruction. Remember, the Egyptian plan has actually proposed to make a green space here where Israel has destroyed the entire city of Rafah. And then since that moment, people were expelled from wider area, and here what you see in red, a further destruction along this line. The routes that are being carved through the strip, like this one, are being integrated as traffic arteries in the plan. This is very similar to what is happening in the West Bank. The genocide, what's called the Gaza Doctrine, is now being adopted by the occupation forces in the West Bank as they expel, destroy, and reshape Palestinian towns. And here, the refugee camp of Jenin, that what you see in red are the pathway of destruction and the creation of circulation system that would put that refugee camp under complete control. As I said, the destruction becomes the vocabulary with which Israel is actually reshaping, not only on the level of the master plan, but on the level of topography. The kind of destruction that I see and we see daily in Gaza is very different than what we see in different places torn by war, let's say, where buildings might be destroyed, but the surface kind of bear traces of what has been. That is to say that after an act of destruction, a city often, if one so want, could simply be extruded from its footprint, from its destruction footprint. The kind of destruction that we see in Gaza is something that I call in a forthcoming book, ungrounding. Effectively, the bulldozer's front loader is stabbed deeper into the ground, tears through the surface, destroys archaeological site, infrastructural system, but erases also everything that is encoded on the surface. And of course, the surface of the city is almost like the operating system. It's designate the distinction between private and public. It's the buried infrastructure is the logic through which things get organized. The archaeology in Gaza is a continuously inhabited zone for 5,000 years, is destroying the past that is with it. It is the creation, the desertification is the creation of a complete tabula rasa with which it is reshaped. Now, everything that Israel constructs in the Gaza Strip is made from the rubble of that which has been destroyed. So you have camps, which are, some of them are kind of like small villages that are basically the reshuffling of the rubble of destruction. Towers, why build towers? They're building high walls, high mounds, and placing snipers or communication systems or tanks on it, and creating a kind of a logic of control that is really based on that terraforming and the reshaping of the terrain. So both the destruction and with the material of that destruction, a construction of an entire landscape. Here in particular, you could see how a kind of a landscape is being formed in order to channel people, in this particular case, into those, degrading humanitarian aid center where people are being kind of like channeled and effectively sniped at and murdered from the top of those mountains. But you see here, older kind of from maybe a year in the first year of the genocide, you see the entirety of the Gaza Strip. What we see is turning from solid to a certain kind of gelatinous, malleable substance that is moving wherever the army moves. And these are really like sand dunes. So this very early aerial image of the Gaza Strip is actually showing that the dunes, which you see very clearly here coming from northern Sinai, all along the Gaza Strip. Gaza Strip is really made out of two types of soil. Alluvial, fertile soil, extremely fertile, one of the most fertile types of soil in Palestine, clay and loess, that is hugely cultivated, that make this area the kind of breadbasket of Palestine historically since the 19th century, and then the sort of barren dunes in it. When one looks at the pattern, of expulsion, I don't have the slide right now, but imagine a slide that would show you an overlay of all arrows where Israel is actually displacing Palestinians from that alluvial soil into that particular sand dunes that is considered the humanitarian zone, effectively a kind of a waiting station for further expulsion from Gaza. So genocide can be continued by architectural means, and therefore it is not surprising that the same company that has conceived of the GHF feeding station, those feeding station where people are channeled in, given a minimal, never sufficient box of some provisions, and about 1,000 people were actually sniped at and murdered on the way there. That very same company is the one that has submitted that plan. Again, for the reconstruction of Gaza. I think this is a kind of a genocide in architectural form of course, meant for all people but Palestinians would be expelled from the area, including the Trump Riviera and here the agricultural zones within that. And I think that we need, I'm trying to make this point because this is things that literally we're seeing this week, that that genocide could be perpetrated by architectural means. The path of destruction is the image of genocidal reconstruction. Thank you very much.
Okay, yes, thank you very much. And the architectural role and the role of actual infrastructure and land and the master plan and access to water and critical raw materials and this barrier to the condition of life itself. I was thinking how what Eyal told us actually combines with Sarah's presentation of automated warfare, and how what Sarah said, actually the infrastructure of AI and targeted killing and the role of data and the targeting needs physical infrastructures and access to land to operate. So it's I think, a very broad conversation about, what can violence mean in this context. Eyal, I want to start by asking something you talked about regarding your work in Gaza. And you have said that nothing should be left undocumented. They need to know that the eyes of the world are on them and that whatever they do will be recorded. But then, given the scale of the violence that you're showing us, and also, the depth of international law in this context, my question is, our tools for documentation, also what you show us, and your work that you're doing on the ground, can still keep up with the scale of things that the world is taking in this particular moment?
Yeah, thank you. There's really 3 points that you made that I think are really important. Firstly, that statement is something that my colleague, a Gaza-born architect and now the sort of the head of the Gaza investigation in forensic architecture, her name is Noor Abu Zaid, was telling me when we were having the same feeling that you have. Firstly, what are we doing? I mean, how can we even why is our work going to even matter in the scale of that absolute devastation, that abyss of humanity that we're seeing in front of us? And Noor said to me, when I said, why are we even looking at all those images? And literally, I mean, we're talking about tens of thousands of incidents that we're filing and analyzing. And she said something that kind of stayed with me. She said, we need to watch those things so that others won't have to. I mean, we're watching really horrific things, and I don't know. I think that we all need to kind of economize on the exposure to this absolute horror, and that was her response that kind of stayed with me. And then she said to me, nothing should be left undocumented, even if the instruments of international justice are now failing us completely across the board. But everything is failing us. The protests that we're doing, all actions are unable to stop a genocidal machine that really, I would say the absolute majority of people in the world are completely appalled by and against, and seeing that as the continuation of 8 decades of Israeli settler colonialism in this part. So what is it that we are doing? And I think it goes also to the question of that you said international law doesn't matter anymore. I think it's a bit more nuanced than that. I think we're seeing a situation where instruments that would be otherwise considered to be relatively, I don't know, liberal, international law, human rights convention, international norms, etc., are able to articulate a very radical challenges to Israeli settler colonial practices, and in fact, really at the forefront. You think about the ICC, that for decades we have justifiably pointed out and complained that it was only, taking cases in Africa and in never confronting global North countries, never confronting more powerful states. We're seeing it having taken a stand, having indicted the Israeli prime minister and the minister of defense, and face the consequences. I.e., they're at the forefront. We see my friend Francesca Albanese, who is a human rights special rapporteur. I mean, this even that term seems so benign, but at the forefront of standing for international justice. We are, the team that we are working with, South Africa, an incredible case in which a country from the global South that has survived apartheid, settler colonialism, and genocide in, Namibia was part of South Africa, or colonized by South Africa at that time, is not only survived but overcame and showed the way, is actually at the forefront of confronting not only Israel but all the countries that actually support and enable, aid, and abet that genocide. So I think that the minute that the fight is, or that being one of the forefront of the global struggle, carried by and coalescing enormous amount of activism, demonstrations, and public action, led by Palestinians in Gaza, in the West Bank, internationally, in the diaspora, everywhere. We are seeing both a kind of a certain agency and a certain incompetence. It's unable to change at the same time. And I think it's not over. And I think that the cases are not over. And I think that the significance is bigger. I mean, of course, we are failing Palestinians by not being able to stop it. But yeah, I mean, I think that the significance, both symbolically and effectively, on the significance of that case on embargoes and all sort of other things that Israel is starting to experience right now is significant. In relation to evidence for genocide, you're right, Francesca, it's completely different than what we were doing, in the past 15 years of forensic architecture work, where we reconstruct each incident into minute detail. And I think maybe some of you have seen the way in which we do it, and sometimes we spend a year on 1 second in order to kind of like reconstruct it in a most precise possible way. Here in the genocide, it is really, and maybe that's a bit a kind of a segue to the subject here of computation, is about relation between points. So we have documented thousands, if not tens of thousands of incidents. The question is not what happened in each one. The question is what they add up to. What is the relation between a bombing of an aid truck, the destruction of agriculture, and displacement? How together, and now I gave you example of 3, but think about it as 3,000, the hyperrelation between 3,000 data points that they produce together a reality that is genocidal. And again, it is the relation between the data points rather than the data points themselves, or rather than the incidents themselves, that matter when one tries to get a decision, as we do, that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza.
Yes, I actually want to take it from this point of it's not all lost. And also going back to Sarah's work, you, at the end of your presentation, you said we must be able to contest these systems, but only at the end of your presentation. And to you, I have a couple of questions. The first one is that obviously what you showed us in today's Trump administration is taking a new turn, a new scale, I would say a new magnitude of importance and power. And in my view, we're moving away from only corporate power to the very core of state power, political power. And I know that possibly, I mean, you are in Europe, maybe even because of that, because it's possible to talk about these systems right now here in Europe and also to contest them and to resist them. In particular, in the next session, we will talk about Palantir in Europe quite a bit. But possibly not in the US at the moment. It's very hard for activists or for researchers or even, professors or, just citizens to talk about these topics. And I was also really, when we gave you the prize as a jury in the STARS committee, we were really, for us, it was really interesting to see your background as a creative coder, as a researcher in the field of feminism, intersectionality, and your previous work. And we were all wondering, how comes that she's now working on military tech and defense tech, and like how she got from this feministic background into the core of the political power game that now, it's playing out. And obviously you may respond, yes, it's about power structure. But to you, I want to know these two things coming from your trajectory. And in particular, really, I think the open conversation here, because it's really heavy to listen to all of these, but it's, again, we started with, we are not powerless. We're gonna do something. We can make this accountable. We can turn it into something that serves people, democracy, and the environment.
Thank you. So I, as you were asking the question, I'm thinking about this shift in the scale of things. Maybe AI is a useful metaphor for this because it is both a continuation of much longer trajectories. I think it didn't start with the Trump administration or the first Trump administration or the second or first Bush administration, right? Or it didn't come only from the US, but it is these much longer histories that we need to look at. It didn't start with AI either. And also there is this order of magnitude shift up, and we need to be looking at both of those, holding both of those ideas simultaneously. Also with AI, the histories of technology that are embedded in that and the entanglement with the political stakes of both kinds of technologies. So rather than thinking about AI as the instigator of this, like the AI is the result of these cultural and political ethos, not the implementer of those ethos, right? And as far as my own background and shifts in practice, to me, it all comes from this intersectionality place where intersectionality is not about a kind of personal identity politics, but about this analysis of power and not only theorizing or analyzing power, but looking at the tactics and the ethics of power and what have people been using in all of these layers, both from a top-down but a bottom-up approach. What have communities been using from all different disciplinary areas as an artist, as a researcher too?
So both of your work is making this part very clear that we have to still, although we have all these difficulties and barriers, and obviously we are up against a big shift, making power visible is the first step towards contesting it and building alternatives. I want to challenge both of you. We only have a few, few seconds left, but just maybe one last word, both of you, on this. You both said it. There is a movement there. It is not lost. We have things to do. So I want to challenge you on this question of alternatives.
I think there's always something that each of us in our own lives wants to be different or some way to intervene, and that feeling like we can't, or that it has to happen from outside of ourselves. Like nothing we ever do will be enough, but we can each do something. We can change the apps that we're using, and that's of course not enough. It's not a plastic straw in an oil spill, right? But we can be talking with each other and collaborating. We can be building different systems or using different systems, but if you can't show up to a protest, there's something else you can do. Or if you can't talk to your policymaker, there's something else you can do. There's always something else we can do.
Hey, Jan.
Yeah, I very much agree. Thank you. I think that from our perspective is to understand that the production of concepts, the production of images, are not only measured in relation to what that, if you like, evidence would achieve in a particular forum, and that the politics is something that would or will not influence. I think that the way in which we are aligned and produce things is very important. And what we've seen throughout the genocide is the emergence of a community of practice, of activists working together with experts of different kinds, definitely working together with journalists in Gaza on the ground, those that are really under the constant threat of being, not only threat, I mean, many of them have been murdered, assassinated by Israel. It is the way in which it is produced that creates a collectivity. So the way in which you socialize the production of any product that it is, if it's a film, if it's an investigation, if it's an account, if it's a report, is important, because we are now at a situation where we cannot rely, as we said, on the existing institutions, both the mainstream media that seems to have completely failed Palestinians during that genocide in the way of their reporting. We haven't given up, but the instruments of international justice, and I see the creation of alternative collectivities that are based on the making of things. And I think that is somehow the skeleton of a society to come if we are successful.
Yeah, with this note, we give an applause to Eyal and Sarah. Thank you very much. Thank you. Ciao, Eyal. Thank you. And we had before a conversation with Gerfried about how important it is actually to have this type of debates with policymakers. I was just 2 days ago in the European Parliament in Brussels, and those kind of same topics are debated from all sides of the political spectrum, and they're at the very core of what matters also for policymaking now in Europe, autonomy, preserving democracy, fighting for the environment, fighting for the people. So I think here, we want to broaden up now in the session to come the conversation into a roundtable discussion that brings together the legal, the activist, the investigative, technological, and political perspective. So it is my pleasure to hand the moderation to Julia Kloiber, co-founder and managing director of Super Lab, who will guide us through this debate with our distinguished panelists. Welcome, Julia, and thank you.
Thank you, Francesca. And with that, we're starting the first roundtable of today. We're actually going to build on what has been said and are going to explore some new avenues, some new takes. And I'm going to start by introducing our panelists, and I'm starting with the panelists who traveled the furthest to be here. This is Kambale Musavuli to my left. He traveled all the way from Accra in Ghana. He's originally from the Democratic Republic of Congo. He's a human rights advocate, a technologist, and the founder of Ether Strategies. Thank you for joining us, Kambale. We continue with Sarah Siston, who's already been introduced today, but I wanted to add one fact, a fact about how I got to know Sarah. So Sarah is working at the intersection of feminism, technology, and art, and I met her through those projects. And one of her early projects was a bot called Lady Mouth, a chat bot that explains feminism to internet trolls. So maybe some of you want to check that out after the session. Welcome, Sarah. Then we have Klaus Uhrig, who traveled to us from Munich. He's a journalist, a filmmaker, and the founder of the Munich podcast studio Plot Produkt. Some of you might have listened to the most recent works, the Peter Thiel story or the Elon Musk story. Both are exploring Silicon Valley's role in American politics. We're going to hear more about that in just a minute. Thank you for joining us. And then last but not least, we have Simone Ruf from Berlin. She's a lawyer and the deputy director of the Center for User Rights at the Gesellschaft für Freiheitsrechte. She's specializing in digital rights, state surveillance, and platform regulation, and she's worked on predictive policing. We've already heard that we're going to dive a little bit deeper into Palantir, and we're going to do that with Simone and her work. Welcome, Simone. I already mentioned we're going to dive a little bit deeper into the civilian to military pipeline. I'm going to talk about the ideology behind of some of those companies. And no worries, we're not going to be very dry and purely theoretical. We have a lot of examples for you. And at the end of the session, we have 10 to 15 minutes for a Q&A. So make sure to write down your questions or remember them. And I'm going to start out with diving a little bit deeper into the dual use question of technologies. Kambale, your work has focused a lot on mineral supply chains, like coming from the Democratic Republic of Congo, who is one of the biggest suppliers of cobalt that's needed for microchips, computers, drones, and so on. So you've done a lot of work in this context, looking at how supply chains fuel conflict, repression, and exploitation. And dual-use technology is not a new phenomenon. So I wanted to ask you, from like the history of the Democratic Republic of Congo and resource extraction, what are historic examples of dual-use technologies and the resources that are needed for them, and then segueing into this new era of AI, what is special about AI when we're looking at resource extraction? And knowing that the US and China are very big players when it comes to AI, like what are their different strategies when it comes to the African context? And I remember you told me you've just traveled to China, so I'm very curious to hear your take on this.
Definitely. Can you hear me? All right. That's a very long question. I wish we had the whole day to discuss this. And this is very important for us because even though we are talking about these context about how AI is appearing in our lives, ordinary people, the physical world, right? Human beings are being affected. Like coming from the DRC, many of us have been affected by it. I hope you know that over 6 million people have died in the DRC since 1996. But when you look at the news, right? The news speak about ethnic conflict, these Africans wantonly killing each other. But no one is actually saying that a couple of months ago, Bill Gates got into his private jet, went into Kinshasa in the DRC, signed a $1 billion deal to get access to lithium in a mine called Manono, which is arguably the largest lithium mine in the world that has the potential to produce 12% of the world's lithium. But it's not the first phenomenon, as Julia just mentioned. Now, Congo has always been at the center of what we want to call the Industrial Revolution, right? Germany, the Chancellor of Germany, Bismarck, a few European countries and the United States sat down to carve up the African continent, right? But they looked at the DRC at the time, and it was to get access to rubber and also ivory. And the rubber at the time was essential for technology that was being used at the time, and a technology that we're still using today, the bicycle, right? and also the tires of the cars, right? And there was a whole transformation of the European industry and also Western industry. But in that context of the exploitation, we in the DRC lost 10 to 15 million people, right? Under King Leopold's rule. As we are looking now today, the same thing is happening, right? So what we're trying to look at it beyond even the conflicts and the wars, we're also looking at who is owning our data, that data extraction, and how the infrastructure that we're using on the African continent, we don't control. And I will end by my time in China. I was there 2 weeks ago. I was blown away of the advance of technology. A quote that I got from there, which was interesting, from people that I met, they stated that the United States is building AI technology, China is building AI industry, and Europe is writing AI regulations. And it was interesting to hear that, right? And how does that translate to my reality with what I actually saw there? Is that African countries are copying the AI EU Act when they don't have an AI industry, right? What sense does it make for an African country to implement GDPR so that when you go to the website, you're seeing these cookies, when even the data that they are trying to protect the users, right? It's not in Africa data centers or controlled by African countries. It doesn't make any sense. But I think we can get into it much more. But I wanted to first start with letting you know that in this context, as we're talking about dual-use technology, we have to make visible the human labor that extract the mineral resources. These mineral resources are used in data centers and technology that we use that make these powerful tools for AI, and we must figure out a way to build alliance from the global north and the global south for a free world of liberated people around the world who want to live free with justice and dignity.
Thank you, Kambale, for kicking us off with this strong statement from the African continent to the US. Sarah, we've also heard it before, but we often, when we think of companies such as Google, Apple, and so on, we think of geniuses in garages who are inventing the tomorrow. But the rise of Silicon Valley, and this is something we often forget, was also fueled by US defense spending and Cold War geopolitics and military partnerships. Yes. So today, as civilian platforms like social media, cloud services become militarized, is Silicon Valley returning to its roots? I just remember like Google dropped Do No Evil in 2018 yes. when they started signing the first military contract. So is Silicon Valley returning to its roots? And could you share an example from a product? And we've already seen some, but maybe dive a little deeper into one example where how a consumer technology is being militarized. And last question, do you see workers pushing back?
Can I share like 5 examples? 20? I would say, to me, the most insidious, the scariest examples to me right now as a consumer user also are the things like the large language models and the ones that are starting to sneak into all of the apps we have now where suddenly it's on your phone and you have to opt out and nobody told you it was just there. So all of the chatbots, the LLMs, all of these commercial models, all of these big companies also have either directly or indirectly a military version or a contract either through one of their contracted, layers through, or directly a version of OpenAI's models, a version of Anthropic's Claude, a version of Meta Llama is in a military system too. And the other one I would say is the things like WhatsApp, where it's not itself AI, but that data is getting siphoned, as you're saying, this sort of extraction of data that then becomes part of an AI system. I think those are the really scary things to me right now. This sort of vast siphoning of anything could become AI at any moment.
When you mention WhatsApp, are you hinting at Palestine, or like at what the Israeli Defense Forces are using in order to target people in Palestine? Can you maybe elaborate a bit on that?
Directly part of the lavender training data, yeah.
And do you see workers pushing back on all of this? Because, I mean, many people signed their contracts before their companies signed military contracts.
Yeah, so we see like No Tech for Apartheid group and people getting fired or quitting or protesting in the workspace. And I think that that's super important to see and part of the inspiration for this work. But I was also, I think, what can the rest of us do who aren't working in tech and as users, like, dropping those companies, deciding to choose different tools was part of where I wanted to kind of match that effort as well. And I don't, we haven't seen that I think that those efforts are making an impact, but there's also ways we can level up that impact too. But once you start looking at where are these touch points of how are these connected, it sort of never stops. Like you can draw a line from the Ring doorbell cameras that are on many people's storefronts in suburbia to the police body camera companies that also work for local, they sell that data to policing companies, and the policing companies also work for national defense, and then that goes directly to IDF, who makes all of these tools, and then that goes to ICE in the US, and it just goes on and on and on. So it's hard to stop once I start.
There was this one Silicon Valley company that was actually never shy about their willingness collaborating with the military, and the company I'm speaking about is Palantir. We saw it in your visualization. Francesca mentioned them. Their software is widely used by military intelligence, operations planning, battlefield analytics, but it's also used in civilian applications such as law enforcement. And Simone's organization, Gesellschaft für Freiheitsrechte, did a lot of work around that. Bavaria, for example, like 3 states in Germany are using Gotham, that we also saw in your visualization earlier. Gotham, a tool that, and this is my question to you, Simone, was this software that is now used by law enforcement developed for military purposes and that got then repurposed? And if so, what are the implications of police, law enforcement using these technologies on our democracies?
Yes, in Germany, not only 3, I think almost 4 federal states are using Palantir at the moment, and they use the software under different names. But they are all based on Palantir Gotham, and we heard some things about Palantir Gotham before. Sarah described it a bit and showed us the demo. And yes, it is first and foremost for military purposes, also according to their marketing. I think it's quite obvious when you look at the website. There you can see slogans like, "Your software is the weapon system, orchestrate combat power, powering the kill chain." So what the developers of this software clearly had in mind were military purposes, to use it in a war context. And yes, now we have this software as a basis for software in law enforcement, and I think the military logic is in some way still visible when it's used in law enforcement, because so. I think, first of all, I have to admit that we don't know exactly how the software versions in Germany work, and this is also, the intransparency is also one aspect I would like to come back later to. But so it might be possible that the versions differ a bit from Palantir Gotham as the basic version. But what we know is that the police throws together all data sources they have, feed the software with the data, and the software analyzes the data in order to gain new data, new insights from the existing data, so-called data mining. And this offers, of course, the possibility to generate risk profiles of individuals. And I think this is the first thing where you can see the military logic behind this tool, even if it's used in law enforcement, because it is also about identifying and targeting individuals. Of course, not in a military sense, but more in the sense of enemies of security, which means like people which, according to the software, might be dangerous for society. They will commit crimes in the future and so on. And I think the other thing is our collateral damages, because of course the consequences are different. If the software is used in a war context, then you have severe consequences, like you're facing death. So in Germany, of course, when it's used in law enforcement, there are other consequences. But of course, I think in both fields, there seems to be a willingness to accept that people are targeted as a mistake. And yes, it's not death that you're facing, but other severe measures, like for example, you can get arrested or put under other surveillance measures. Yeah, and you also asked about the implications for democracy, and I really like to stress that using these tools has really huge impacts on fundamental rights and on democracy. So firstly, and I think I already touched this point, is that it clearly opens the door to false suspicions. And I think potentially anyone can be targeted by the software and can be affected, because in German police databases, they do not only contain data on persons who have committed crimes, but also on witnesses, on whistleblowers, on people who just reported that their bicycle was stolen. And so your data is also put into the software. And yes, I mean, we don't know how it operates, and this is a huge black box, and maybe it's enough that you live next door to someone who has committed a crime in the past, and then the software concludes that you are also a dangerous person. So we don't know how this works. And I mean, this is also amplified by the automation bias. So police officers are more likely to trust the result of a machine than to question it. That's also one point I think it's important to mention. And yes, it's a tool that offers potential. Sorry, I have some more points. It's a tool that offers potential to mass surveillance. And so in the long run, with regard to fundamental rights, this can create chilling effects, which means that people are afraid to go out and protest, to engage politically, because they are afraid that otherwise they can be targeted by the software. And yes, there's another thing, I already mentioned it, it's the intransparency. Because everything happens inside a black box, and especially when the tool comes from private companies, so there's no open source code, no public accountability. So we don't know how the algorithms are programmed, but we know that AI reinforces discrimination, so I think we can assume that this algorithm, such tools are racist, queerphobic, and discriminatory in general. And my last point is that we have a huge potential for abuse. So, I mean, it's possible to create detailed profiles of persons, of individuals, and especially in times when the political climate shifts toward the far right, I think it's easy to imagine how these tools can be misused against groups of within a population.
So, Klaus, this is your state basically using this technology, right? Your law enforcement, and
one of four, yes.
One of four, yeah. How does it make you feel as a citizen? Maybe, like, before we segue into the Palantir question, because you are someone who can help us to understand Palantir better and the ideology behind it. this is like a 6 hour or more than 6 hour podcast, right? So we need to be brief. I'm asking you for a short take. Who are Peter Thiel and Alex Karp? What is the ideology that drives them? And what impact does this ideology have on a broader tech sector? Plus, what role do PR and marketing play in all of this?
Okay, so on the first question, how does it make me feel that my state uses this kind of technology? It makes me feel really angry because it's just so stupid. It's just so insanely stupid because right now, Alex Karp, Peter Thiel, and others have made it very clear, and also Donald Trump has made it very clear, that right now the interests of tech companies in the United States are completely aligned with the interest of the United States as a country. And I mean, just last month, Donald Trump threatened countries which regulate American tech companies with higher tariffs. So it's very clear right now that both Silicon Valley, or significant parts of Silicon Valley, and of the American government consider their interests completely aligned. So why on earth would you buy security-relevant technology that is ideologically and politically aligned with another country? This is just insanely stupid. That's number one. Number two, who are Peter Thiel and Alex Karp? Peter Thiel used to be a libertarian. He styles himself a philosopher and a chess player and a lot of things. And in reality, he's somebody who's done a huge switch from libertarianism to authoritarianism in recent years, and also very recently into some sort of weird religious thing that I don't claim to fully understand right now, but basically he says that America has to be the katechon, which is an idea from the apocalypse, from that basically puts itself between the apocalypse and the world we have right now. So this is it's the idea of America as a savior. It's actually the same idea that is being used in Russia right now by the Orthodox Church, seeing Russia in the same exact role that Thiel sees America right now. So this is really new. This has just happened during the last month. Alex Karp, on the other hand, has called himself both a Democrat and a socialist in the past, and he is, in fact, neither. He's somebody who we should listen to more, actually, because we should listen to what he's gonna say and take it seriously, because when he goes on for example, on stage at a tech conference, or he goes on stage on a military trade fair, he will tell you exactly what his company is doing. He said, for example, there's one where he said, if you think you can stand against American interests, or you can try to kill Americans or fight us militarily, you should be scared. You should be scared, and your family should be scared, your cousin should be scared, your lover should be scared. So what is he talking about? He's talking about summary execution of family members, and he says he has the technology to do it. I kind of doubt it at the moment, but that's what he styles himself. So maybe we should just listen to these people, because they are telling us who they are and what they are planning. And for the role of marketing, that's what they're doing. That's what they're using. They're using patriotism and American military interests as marketing tools. But in the end, we should really ask ourselves, will they stay aligned with the American military interests, or are they actually selling us this product, or are they just pretending to sell us this product? For example, I know that at least in one of the German states that use Palantir, the technology is not operated by German police officers. It is operated by people paid by Palantir. Why on earth would we want that?
Simone, we've already touched upon the risk for democratic societies that come with these ideologies and the use of this software. Do you see a general trend of what I call securitization in Europe, the framing of social problems as security issues? If yes, what are examples for that? And where do accountability and complicity lie within, among the tech corporations, public institutions, governments? Who governs infrastructures of control?
Yes, absolutely. We see this trend. we can see a huge rise of more and more surveillance laws in Europe, and it seems like facial recognition technology is the answer to everything at the moment. And I think we can also observe that governments have kind of two responses to social problems and issues. The one is restricting migration, and the other one is expanding surveillance laws. And both things are even connected. Often new technologies are tested on borders, often on people, especially migrants who don't have resources to challenge specific measures. And what is really not that much on the agenda is prevention and de-radicalization. So, for example, one example from Germany, instead of investing in psychosocial infrastructure, there are plans to set up mental health registries for the police and security authorities. I mean, this is insane. And so what role do tech companies play in this narrative? I think this narrative that more surveillance is necessary plays right into their hands, and they offer us kind of high-tech solutions for all problems. And this is all wrapped up in clever marketing and cool branding. And of course, they do not respect human rights, but yeah, they want to make money. And on the other side, the governments, they pick up on this logic. I think the fact that these tools exist provoke kind of a need to buy them and use them. And they really believe, I think governments really believe that deploying the newest technology will automatically lead to a maximum of security. And I think this also goes hand in hand or is accompanied by a blind faith in these technologies. Yes, but who's accountable? I mean, from against the background of capitalism, I mean, it's obvious that the tech companies want to make money. So at the end of the day, I think it's up to the governments. They're able and responsible to set boundaries for big tech and to regulate the use of these technologies in a way that respects human rights. And they can also decide to not buy these products, right? So I think, but the problem is instead of pushing back against big tech and these tools, we see that states more and more depend on these technologies. And so in Germany, politicians argue that there's no equivalent alternative on a national basis at the moment, and it will take too much time to develop one. So we need to use Palantir right now, and they also say this is only a temporary solution. But I mean, these are closed infrastructures. So once you're in, it's hard to get out. And I think we already heard it, but it's really concerning is that we've now reached a point where big tech has so much influence that it can enforce its own political interests. And we see this already in the context of online platforms. And yeah, that's really concerning. And I think there needs to be a shift in thinking on the side of governments.
Before I come to you, Kambale, maybe just Klaus, because you did so much research on this, is there any proof that this stuff actually works, right? I mean, when Simone says like blind faith, because civil society is always putting forward arguments, right? But then I'm like, are there studies, like where's the proof that this stuff actually works and helps us to prevent terror attacks and so on?
There's none. I mean, the point is, if you look at the very beginning of Palantir, it starts with an act of self-mythologization, when they somehow get people to think that finding Osama bin Laden was done using Palantir software, which, as far as we know, we don't know. We really don't know. We cannot say. And that's the problem with those closed systems. But the things we do know about the architecture behind Palantir software strongly suggests that while it might be quite good at corroborating data and combining different data streams, we don't actually have a scientific basis that would allow us to safely basically use this kind of technologies, for example, in a predictive way, which is being proposed.
Thank you. Kambale, we've been speaking a lot about Europe and the securitization trends that we're seeing here. What are trends, and this is a big question again, but you're good at big questions, what are trends that you're seeing in an African context, in the countries you're doing research in the context of your work? What are worrying trends when it comes to the use of the technologies that we're discussing today? And again, the question, like, what about the governance? Like, who controls the systems? But then also, like, what would self-determination look like? What would alternatives to the existing infrastructures of control in your context look like?
Has anyone in Europe experienced in the past 10 years 2 weeks of internet blackout? Has that ever happened? No. Okay. If it happens in any European country, what will happen to the society? Right? So imagine last March, right, in West Africa and some part of Southern Africa, a subsea cable controlled by a company called Men1 experienced some issues in the ocean, seismic activities which caused the fiber optic cable to be cut. For minimum of 2 weeks, many African countries in West Africa did not have internet. I was not in Ghana at the time. I was actually in Austin, Texas at the time for another festival that was taking place there. And I was contacting my comrades in Ghana, sending them messages on some of the platforms, WhatsApp and so on. No one is responding. So people are busy. The second day, I do the same, and I noticed the message now going through. So I made a direct call. I said, what is happening? I'm contacting everyone. And they tell me, oh, you don't know. We don't have internet. So I started researching, and I found that this happened. I'm bringing this up. Of course, we can go into the long discussion about what happened in the ocean, how people were disconnected. But something very particular happened since March of last year, right? A company named Starlink has gained market share in Africa. Without any advertising, right? Without any big billboard, people in the streets are telling you, you want reliable internet? Get Starlink. Not only that, Starlink in Ghana and in many African countries is actually cheaper than most of the telecoms. It's cheaper because they are subsidized by the American government, right? But why am I speaking about Starlink in this? The next level is what was actually mentioned before in the presentation. That Elon Musk, with his company Starlink today, has the power to disconnect Africans. Not only that, to see what we're actually doing on the internet, right? And the data that goes through the Starlink is actually regulated by US law. How do I know that? Because one of the people I work with has Starlink. Of course, on the African continent, we love to share. We call ourselves film socialists, so we download movies and share with each other what are the newest movies, right? So that's our form of socialism, side note. But one person used a Starlink connection to download what they deem to be illegal videos. The movie was Despicable 4. And within a second of them downloading, they received a letter from a law firm representing NBC Universal. They receive an email saying that you have violated the terms of use of Starlink, and so on. And if this occurs again, you'll be disconnected. So that just opened my mind that actually they are able to read the data that goes through that network. And within 2 to 3 years, they're going to get more market share of that data. So now, when we're thinking about that aspect, even in the discussion we're having about AI, I strongly believe, and that's why we have an initiative that we're running in Ghana called Beyond AI. I strongly believe that in the African context, the discussion on AI has to be about who controls our data and the data sets, right? Because AI as a technology interprets what is there And Africa's data is one of the prime data because African countries are telling the US military, AFRICOM, close your bases and leave. We are telling the French, close your military bases and leave. Last point, it was an African country that went to the ICC to challenge Israel's genocide in Palestine, right? Saying that you cannot kill the Palestinians the way you're doing because we faced it in South Africa. But there are so many things I do want to share, but I wanted to add the aspect around as we're talking about AI, we have to talk about data and who controls the data. And Africa's data is not controlled by African people. The infrastructure built across the African continent was not built with African agency. Many multinationals have built it. And now Starlink is controlling some of the market share and soon most. For the part of the African government and in terms of policies, the most worrisome thing for me for African countries is they are listening to Germany. I'm sorry for all the Germans here. I hope you don't represent your German government. I'm speaking about the German government, not the German people. Germany has an institution called GIZ. It's almost as the USAID of Germany. They have been engaged in advising African government on the AI strategy. So there have been a few AI strategies written for African countries, passed in our parliament. So Rwanda has one, Benin has one, Ghana has one. And as you read this AI strategy, at the surface level, it sounds like great things. You know, it has the format, 8 pillars, education, literacy, mobilizing community to start using AI tool. You have a 10-year time to get your citizens to know that this tool exists. But the question I ask myself, is it possible that a law in Germany be passed with the support of an institution in Ghana? Where even when you pass the law, the logo of your institution is in our AI policy. Like the GIZ logo is actually in the AI strategy document of Ghana. That's one. The second aspect, which is also worrisome, is, which I kind of hinted at that, and that's why it's very important that we figure out a way to link with those who are fighting in Europe, because our struggle is the same. If African people are not in control of the data and are not building the AI industry, why are all these AI tools being pushed on African continent? It's for data harvesting. And what are the strategies that you have used in Europe or in other places around the world where we can learn from you? I'm very impressed, I think I mentioned to a few people since I've been here, to hear that the city of Munich used Linux for computer systems, right? It's a way to resist. And there are other ways people can also resist wherever they are, but we have to really think beyond borders. Those who are building these systems, right? They're not considering themselves Americans. They're not considering themselves, they don't look at themselves in a national entity. They are multinationals, right? But you see me here and say, oh, there's this guy with this fancy suit, black, he's probably from Ghana. But we are human beings in a struggle where our data, just as our mineral resources were extracted back then, our data is extracted for exploitation. We must share resources on how to resist. On our side, we are resisting in educating people around who owns your data and how you are going to use that. On your end, you have frameworks. What are you telling your policymakers that we can tell our policymakers? Don't listen to this MP that just came from Europe because they can't figure it out yet. We have to learn and understand more of an industry so that we build sovereign systems that actually work for the African people.
Thank you so much, Kambale. And thank you also for moving us closer towards the strategies and alternatives space. Many of you here saw the title of this session, AI War Cloud, and joined because you were interested in the topic. But then oftentimes we lack public discourse on these topics or knowledge about the tools that are being deployed. And Klaus, with his latest podcast, had 8 million downloads for a topic that can be considered rather niche, right? The Peter Thiel story. To me, might sound rather niche to a lot of people. So, what was your strategy in reaching a bigger audience than the usual suspects who already know about most of the stories. Can you elaborate on that a bit?
Yeah, I think it kind of starts with the name. We didn't choose a fancy name. We just called it the Peter Thiel story. Like the podcast before was the Elon Musk story. And we basically wanted to reach people who maybe like Elon Musk, for example, who maybe considered themselves fans of Elon Musk some years ago. And there are many of them in the fields of technology and economy and stuff. So also when I thought who should present this podcast, I did not choose myself because I know that my political position would make it maybe less interesting to some of those people. But I asked a friend of mine who comes very much from the libertarian point of view and who is really shocked by the authoritarian turn that people like Peter Thiel have taken. And I thought maybe he should be the host of this podcast because he's very believable to a lot of people who come from a different political place than I do, for example. So the idea is, I think I've done a lot of niche subjects in my life, but I'm kind of done with that because I think I really want to go full mainstream with these subjects because they are too important to stay niche. So what we basically try to do is to reach audiences that we wouldn't usually do. For example, the company we work with, Deutschlandfunk, which is a large public broadcaster, they actually did advertising in other podcasts, and not only in tech podcasts or political podcasts, but in true crime podcasts. In the most popular podcasts in Germany, they state, we do not consider this a niche issue. We do not handle it like a niche issue. This should be interesting to everybody, because right now this is maybe, the podcast came out in the moment when Elon Musk basically pulled away from government again, and people were just wondering, what does it mean? What does it mean for the future of technology and politics in the United States? And many people said, oh, there's this new podcast, you should listen to that maybe. So we came out at exactly the right time, which was lucky. But also I think it is very important that the journalism itself is not activist, because that is actually something that pushes away a lot of people who have the feeling that they are being talked down to by somebody who considers themselves morally superior. And that's not something we want to do. We want to be eye level with those people. And even with those people who actually at one point thought, Elon Musk, he's kind of a cool guy, you know? He's like really interesting. And that was really important to me.
Before we move into the audience questions, I would like to ask Sarah, there's this famous Bell Hooks quote, what we cannot imagine cannot come into being. What's the role of artists when it comes to reimagining infrastructures, countering dominant narratives by like big tech?
Yeah, thank you for that question. It's really important, I think. And also, I think what you were saying about what we can learn from each other and how, in some ways, universal, but also the different nuances in each space that we can bring to the conversation. I think artists are really well positioned to do two things. We can make connections across different kinds of materials and spaces. So putting different disciplines in conversation, putting different materials in new contexts, and adding that emotional component, making it very, like working to make it feel like bringing the part that matters on a very visceral material level to the conversation so that we can be talking about it in a non-abstract way, right? And then I think the other thing that, particularly with something like working with AI, that's important is this different type of experimentation with AI as a material practice, that it's something that you can work with and not take the assumptions of AI that we're being given from all of the hype, but we can question them. We can work with the code. You don't have to be an engineer to learn something about AI. You can question the fundamental ideas about what computational logic wants to tell us that these systems should work by classifying people that come from way back and colonial logics, right? But we can work against that grain, and then as an artist, you can understand the materials in a way that maybe a scientist works with a hypothesis in a different way. but we can kind of merge the art and science differently. So I can, as an artistic researcher, make something really kind of wacky and experimental and not even speculative, but pataphysical, right? Like really, like I'm glad you brought up Lady Mouth, that like a feminist chatbot that tries to explain feminism to trolls is not designed to succeed. It's set up to fail. But in that failure, it can propose maybe something that could be adapted as a tool for someone else that maybe is a practical tool, right? So in making something that challenges a system rather than takes it on its own assumptions, we can actually move outside of the systems we already have and think more prefiguratively, try to imagine the systems that we want and think in maybe a more like abolitionist or anarchist or queer way about the systems, right?
Thank you. So this is the moment. This is the moment where we are curious to hear your questions, and we are going to do it as follows. We're going to collect 3 questions. Please let us know who are you directing the question to, and then we see if we still have time left for more questions. Yeah, I can see a question there in the back. Yeah, there's a microphone. Thanks.
Hello. Do you hear me? Yes. I have a question to the German people because I'm writing a paper about Palantir in the next 2 weeks, and I heard that the BSI, the Bundesministerium für interne Sicherheit.
Can you speak up a little?
Sorry.
Can you speak up a little?
Yeah. So the BSI and the Fraunhofer Institute, they tested Palantir and said it's unsafe. And even though they tested it, the government is like saying we will buy it. So can you like further elaborate why like our independent like agencies are not even like stopping that nightmare?
I can only speak historically because I don't know exactly why people are deciding stuff at the moment. But who do you mean by independent agencies? People like
the Fraunhofer Institute, for example. They looked at the code from Palantir and they said there are like literally like really big problems happening there, like feedback loops and biases, and like if the data is already like biased with racist data, that it will just produce more racist data.
So what I know is that what the Fraunhofer Institute tested, it was about data security concerns. And the first problem is the reports are not published, so we don't know what exactly was tested and what not. And the other thing is that these softwares are based, of course, on updates. There are going to be updates. And so I don't think that they also will test the updates. So from a data security perspective, I think it's not enough to have just this one test by one independent organization, whatever, and institute. And what is more concerning is that, of course, if you have contracts with Palantir and companies who have contracts also with authoritarian states, of course, these states and their foreign secret services have interests in data that is stored in the German police databases, because these are very sensitive data sets there. You can imagine in criminal proceedings, the police is allowed to extract all the data from your smartphone. So there are biometric data, there is data about your sexual activity, and so on. So I think to have only one test done by one independent institute is really not enough to say this software is super secure.
There's one question here in the front, and yeah.
Yes.
2 questions in the front. Please go ahead and then.
Okay. So one question to Kambali Musavuli. What do you think of the role of China in Africa? Can they become a help to become independent from the US companies, or are they just a second evil, just another imperialist? So what do you think?
China has been engaged on the African continent even before this discussion. Africa has a historical trade relations with China. China is a competing factor. So I was in China about 2 weeks ago. There was the World AI Summit that took place in Shanghai. What I found very fascinating around the AI strategy, which I think all of us have noticed, is that they believe that AI has to be democratized. That is something that OpenAI is not doing, right? So when DeepSeek was released and showed the world that by having open source tool, you can actually build models, is something that we are embracing on the continent, especially technologists. And we're seeing that as a continuous trend. The question that you ask, I usually hear that in the context of the Belt and Road Initiative, right? Where people think about China is on the African continent, they are taking the resources, they are the new colonial power. So I'll use DRC as an example for you. China had a $9 billion deal in Congo for access to copper and cobalt, right? It was called the deal of the century. The whole Western world stayed, particularly Western media, that China is colonizing the Congo, right? This year, Donald Trump has a $3 trillion deal with the DRC. I hope you've seen that in the media, that the US is brokering a peace deal between Rwanda and Congo in exchange for mineral resources, right? For a $3 trillion deal. China was building infrastructure. The US is going to bring its military. So if China is an imperial power in the Congo in the exploitation, then the US is the devil. Right? That's how I look at it. Like, if they get $9 billion and the US is getting $3 trillion, which is more than $9 billion, that's not the context. But now, for us on the African continent, it's not about the US or China. And I'll use Kwame Nkrumah as a quote. Kwame Nkrumah, the first president of Ghana, in his Independence Day speech in March 6, spoke about how the independence of Ghana is connected to the liberation of the entire African continent. But in his writing, he said also something much more important. He said that we as Africans, we're not looking east nor west. We're looking forward. What does that mean? If China today, I can go to Shanghai and see what compute machines are doing, and I am able to get technology transfer, not just get things cheap from them. So technology transfer where I am building my data center, my infrastructure, co-producing, learning the skills, then I will do it. If a European nation is providing the same thing as well to better the living conditions of our people, then I will do the same thing. If the US does, then I will do the same thing. Because for our issues, the bread and butter issues is water, electricity, access to education, and we are looking for partners to help our continent. But the narrative in the media is not personal, it's just that I hear that a lot come from Western media, that they make false comparison to what China is doing. Are there problems with Chinese engagement? Yes, there are problems with Chinese engagement. For example, in the Chinese deal, in the DRC, it was for every Chinese, there will be 3 Congolese. That's not what actually happened. The deal started years back. Many of the projects have not ended. But have they assassinated our leaders? No. But Patrice Lumumba was assassinated by the CIA. I think I'll stop there, but I wanted to share that perspective to know that for us on the African continent, we are interested in working with people who want to better our conditions, no matter if they are from the East or the West.
I will do a quick time check before we take the final question or the next question, because I think we have time until 1:15. Is that correct? No? Okay. We're taking the final question then. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Funny enough, I also wanted to ask about China and especially the open source strategy from China. Is that a possibility for Africa to be more independent? But I have another question for Sarah. Coming back to military, recently I had an interview with Elke Schwarz, who is a political researcher in London, and she said what we see now in the military sector, especially with AI and tech, is a complete new dynamic, because what has changed from the old times, from the military political complex, is that now we have these new players who act like Silicon Valley startups. And that means they have all these dynamics from startups. They act with they act with hype. They act with political pressure. They completely oversell their products. Palantir is a good example. I mean, in that they did a demonstration on YouTube of their military software. It was not really a demonstration, it was an advertising video, and they showed something like a chatbot doing their decisions. And I saw that and said, that's completely insane. Do they really want to sell this? But they do. And that means, on the one hand, my question is, Sarah, do you agree that this is a completely new dynamic? And the other thing is, do you see a chance in there that much of the stuff they want to sell is completely overhyped and it will not work?
Right. I agree that this is the dynamic that you describe is entirely right. And if anyone is interested in any of these systems, you can absolutely go on YouTube and look at live demos. Some of the things I showed are screenshots from YouTube. You can also find the document that Ayel was showing us. It's immediately linked from the Washington Post article covering this. The acronym is actually GREAT, which you can't parody, it's too awful. The 30-page document of architectural genocide I recommend reading it because it is one of the more horrific things I've seen this week or this year. But all of this and all of the research that went into the project is publicly available information, and it is right out there. And a lot of, not only the big companies, but these tiny startups are pulling in venture capital in just the same way as the startups looking for other types of venture capital. So it's the move fast and break things approach. And as Kambale was saying, it's not aligned with any nation or kind of national identity, except in these cases where they can use it as a marketing ploy to get behind this like freedom, let's go back to a simpler time that is really about like white dominance and like white male landowner power, right? So the second part of your question was about, does it actually work? I think that there is a ton of hype and a lot of it doesn't work as described. Unfortunately, it works enough that it's extremely dangerous. I think that a lot of the documentation and the way that it's described in my project, I've taken them at face value for what they describe about it because it's awful enough. And I've double sourced everything, so it's between what academics and journalists describe and what their patents describe and what their own marketing describes, assuming that they're not going to say that they do, well, some might say they're doing less than they're doing, and some might say they're doing more than they're doing, but then taking the knowledge about AI systems that I have and trying to analyze what's actually going on and the tasks behind it. But the places to watch out for the hype are where they say things like, this will help us reduce the amount of damage because it's a precision targeting, right? We've seen from research that that's not how these systems are used. It's actually scaling up the amount of damage, right? Or that we are able to do really accurate, we can make these machine learning systems more accurate by gathering more data. We know that the more nuanced or more granular data doesn't mean we're better at classifying people. It just means we have more categories to put them in. It doesn't, that's staying within the same logic of it. So everything that you said, I agree with. I don't know if it's new or just another spin on this same history that comes out of military research from the Second World War in the U.S. military-industrial complex and all of this much longer history.
Luckily, we have more time to discuss all of this over the course of the whole day. We have to close this first roundtable right now, and we're leaving into a break. But after the break at 2 p.m., we're reconvening here for a session with the title Dual Use, Dual Futures, Reclaiming the Stack for Europe's Commons. José Luis is going to moderate the session, Trevor Paglen is going to give a keynote, and there will be artist presentations. And before I hand over the mic to Francesca, thank you to you, Kambale, Sarah, Klaus, Simone. Thank you for sharing your expertise and perspectives.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining us again after the break. It's going to be a special moment, actually, right now, what's going to happen on stage. We have made a journey like this morning through, in a way, the footprints and the blue plans and the architectures that define this condition of authoritarian tech and actually of the concentration of power in the tools that we use every day, in the process of extraction that actually take place on all of us together, and actually how they manifest in the militarization in many ways of our existence in these territories. And we're entering into another space, which is the space of the alternatives, but we are not getting there yet. We wanted to do, in a way, something that might be a bit more speculative and literary, even if you want, that actually takes us to a place that is not tangible, that actually it's hard to reach and to think about. And we couldn't think of anyone better to do it than an artist that I think has built one of the most fascinating bodies of work throughout the last 20 years, mapping and defining actually territories that we don't actually know that they exist, so we can not even be conscious of their impact. Geographer, photographer, and I would say researcher and endless adventurer Trevor Paglen has built a fascinating body of examples from his first work and early world photographing military installations that had never been represented, to his incredible work photographing classified satellites that should not be in the sky because they appear not in the charts, and many other forms of actually extending our perception of the geographies of power and control in the world today. I think that his work has kind of like taken extra dimensions as he has also adding new layers to his constant mapping of these geographies. For the last few years, he has been thinking a lot about vision and the image and the impact on the status of the vision today through the appearance of technologies that actually first produce images not for humans, but for systems. And second, of course, in the rising age of the artificial image, of how image is used today as a tool of control and dominance, but also it is a production of a new territory that is increasingly less and less human, and that is opening up new dimensions. And you all know that, in a way, we are in a moment where the consensus of reality is being challenged by this condition. This is the trope, is this image real or is it AI? This is kind of like the idea that consensual reality is not more something that we can grasp. And he has decided actually to take us on a journey through many decades of constructing a certain sense of this idea, I would say, that it would be maybe more my perception than his, the destabilization of the notion of a consensus reality that we all agree on upon, and the tools, the languages, the tactics, and sometimes the tricks to produce this idea. So without further ado, I would say, think of this as a journey and a story. I will actually remind, for science fiction fans and fans of popular culture, The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, Douglas Kaplan's famous novel, where there's an insanely complicated artifact, the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, that can answer any question and can produce kind of like any possible text that actually formulates an answer to everything. Sounds familiar. And in the cover of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, there's only 2 words: don't panic. I think we've been doing a bit of a cartography of panic throughout this morning. So now we're taking a bit of a left turn. And this whole journey was actually imagine from that perspective, that we would cover how did we end there, and we would cover where are we going to from here. So as we said in the presentation, this is the third event in a series of events called Archipelago of Possible Futures. And we wanted to give a little bit of context to exactly what was this made of 1 year ago, and 1 year ago exactly, the Spanish city of Valencia was basically harshly destroyed by a flood. It might probably have been one of the first big-scale extreme weather events, very closely touching on the heart of Western Europe. And in that moment, it was very obvious, if it was not before, that we're accessing what Bruno Latour called a new climatic regime, and that climatic regime actually would require for adjusting, thinking, and taking decisions as we know. Then that same year, of course, the Nobel Prize given to Denis Hassabis and the team from DeepMind kind of like articulated that there was also a new regime in the production of knowledge, or at least in the production of forms of analysis, discourse, and data management that could expand or extend the definition of knowledge. And I won't say a lot about the new geopolitical regime in which we have been actually living for years, but particularly in 2025, as we know it, by really reshaping pieces in the global order on a speed and a scale that probably we had not experienced in our lifetimes before. 1 year ago, also, in the context of thinking, what is the role of Europe within this shifting paradigm, the Draghi report was released asking for a step, radical, decisive action for Europe to think about what was its future, what was going to think. Many can be skeptic about the solutions or the proposals. Few probably will debate the starting point, kind of like the premise. So this is the premise that we have, and we need to think exactly where we're going from here and how we operate. We started in the second European Bauhaus in Brussels in 2024. The hypothesis or the journey of thinking exactly what can we think as a community that our role is within this shifting environment. And the European Bauhaus, in a way, which is an initiative that wants, in theory, on paper, to place the contribution of creative communities, artists, designers, architects in the center of producing a vision, a movement, a narrative for the green transition, was also complemented by something that actually we are representing here today, because this is the Stars Day as Ars Electronica, the validation on a modest scale, on a simple level, that the contributions of the art, design, architecture, digital activism community is important and is central in the production of a new vision and contributing the work that other knowledge-based communities could do. So, wow, I'm going backwards so long. Okay, something will happen here, sorry. Yeah. So the Archipelago of Possible Futures has been basically starting from a series of points that we mentioned before. This idea that should not be an exception, but should be, for us, instrumental and, in a way, an important element. The notion that the social imagination, the production of new imaginaries, is a key element of this project, this vision for Europe, and this is represented in spaces like this one, but also that Europe has this incredible existing infrastructure, and this infrastructure should count for us in the same way that the other layers that we have been discussing as today, which has been the production of organizations, festivals, museums, citizen labs, big-scale events. It has been the foundations of the cultural mission of Europe, built on a scale that no actual other country, other region of the world has developed in the last 40 years. The cultural infrastructure of Europe as a public element to forge these new visions and actually to join and to connect these communities with citizenships at every scale. This was the last meeting the same year at the Venice Biennale, in which we started to, in a way, hypothesize with voices from this community. This is Kim Stanley Robinson's climate fiction novelist, open up the the context for this conversation, including voices from our community that I think are exemplifying these elements that we can think of, from Danish collective Superflex, which is regenerating the coast of Denmark in a big experimental project that wants to produce new kind of biological infrastructure that is key for the regeneration of the coast, to the work of Holly Hurton and Mike Dryhouse, who are fostering and producing public alternative models that can actually create a different relationship with these big essential infrastructures of creation today, large language models, transformer models, or even contested visions about what is the future of AI in our context and in an ideological framework versus the American one or the Chinese one. These are some of the elements in the conversation that we have kind of like done, the history so far, and it's building on a will and a desire to produce alternative architectures that can be defined, that can be fostered, and actually that can be presented. So this is actually what we're doing with the vision of the Eurostack that Francesca has developed and is going to explain.
What is it? Just that?
Yes, no, up and down. Yeah.
Okay, yes. I will try. I'm using this mic. Yeah, great. We're just going to go quickly through this Eurostack, which is exhibited at Ars Electronica. Thank you, Veronica and the team, and Masha for making it possible, because actually the Eurostack is a policy report where we had the backing of the European Parliament. We had 200 companies that signed up. We are working with member states. We are trying to make this idea that Europe needs to step up on digital sovereignty real. And we are trying to do our best to get there. So this is a little presentation, but also a call for action, because we actually believe that what you're doing here and the contribution coming from activists, coders, creative people could be really, really important in building these alternative architectures and infrastructures we need. So this is going crazy, sorry. I mean, I've been hijacked by an UFO. Yes, UFO. Okay, I'm going back. Right, so, okay, quickly then. Sorry, you just seen the whole thing. So digital sovereignty is no longer a policy choice, but is the precondition for democracy itself. Our reality for Europe, we are a tenants in a digital empire that's built by others for others. 80% of our cloud is US control. 90% of our advanced chips are made in Asia, Taiwan and South Korea. Our AI is trained on their models, sovereign, following their sovereign interest. One decision in Washington or Beijing could switch off the systems that run our hospitals, our grid, our security. This isn't dependence, it's systemic vulnerability. It's digital colonialism. Power today, and that's why we call it a new architecture of power, flows through the stack. This is a new architecture of control. Let's start from the foundations: raw material, energy, and water. We go back into the lithium, cobalt, gallium. China refines 80% of rare earth. Their export restriction paralyzes European production. A single choke point can undermine our green transition or even block our factories, as it happened in Austria and Germany. Then we move to the chips. We produce 10% of global supply. We are prone in a US-China tech war, with even our crown jewel like ASML that produces the lithography to make advanced chips possible caught in the crossfire. No chip sovereignty means no industrial sovereignty. Let's move to connectivity. When Ukraine was bombed, a single billionaire became its gatekeeper, Mr. Elon Musk. Starlink is a stark lesson. Communication is sovereignty. Europe has an alternative system which is called Iris Squares, a secure satellite systems, and 6G networks are military-grade necessity, I would say, but we are very much backwards. So at the moment, we need Mr. Musk to actually go into the secure satellite communication to keep Europe on. Let's move to the cloud platform. As I said before, 70% of our market is Amazon, Microsoft, and Google. Our most sensitive public and healthcare data reside outside our jurisdiction. And I don't know if you are aware, we have a US Cloud Act. So basically, they can, with an executive order in the US, decide what happens to our data. This is a strategic failure. And the Internet of Things, which is, very much related because it's a sensor of network that controls our ports, our grid, and however we interact. Then if we move to the artificial intelligence and data, we see the deep of digital colonialism because our data and our lives are the raw material used to train foreign AI for surveillance, disinformation, or social control. So we are funding our own cognitive capture. Now, the answer that we are proposing is not to copy Silicon Valley or to copy Beijing, but is to build a third way that's based on our value. I think that Trevor was trolling us a bit before with the third way. But anyway, the Eurostack is a public digital infrastructure. We are proposing to build sovereign hardware, chip foundries for automobile, healthcare, and energy, secure our mineral supply chains in way, for example, having relationship with the global south that are not exploitative. Sovereign cloud federation, so a cloud system that's sovereign, interoperable, green, and governed by GDPR, our data under European law. A sovereign AI trained on European supercomputers with our own data and public value. For example, instead of focusing on AI for surveillance, we need to focus on AI for flood prediction, cancer diagnosis, clean energy, for example. And then we have maybe minimal public stack that we can put forward, like a digital euro, open source public code, digital ID, reclaiming the digital commons that a lot of people in this room are working on. So what we're proposing is not a fortress, it is a resilience, it's infrastructural power built in Europe. And I think just to maybe connect it to what José Luis was saying, I also think this is possibly a new Bauhaus moment because it's a design challenge for the 21st century. I mean, this is actually hard to build, but we need, the architects, the artists, the engineers, the philosophers, and the citizens to design, and I got to the end, systems that embody privacy by design, AI that is accountable and sustainable, infrastructures that are decentralized and democratic, meaning they work for people. This is not technical, it's cultural and political. We are building what comes after the platform oligarchy. So openness without sovereignty, and I end, is dependency. And dependency is the end of democracy. There is no democracy that's free if we depend so much on foreign power. We must shift from being consumers of digital empires built abroad to builders of sovereign tech, builders of democratic alliances, builders of a future we control. The Eurostack is that mission, so let's build it. Thank you.
So what the rest of this session is really an experiment in thinking that in this possible model of the Eurostack and the values that we are reclaiming, we could start staging, if you wish, sort of betas, prototypes, experiments of how it could look if we were implementing and finding solutions for many of the layers and elements that Francesca has described now. The STARS prize of this year actually has given us many opportunities because it offers a lot of projects, examples of how looking at these territories from a different vantage point and starting to, in some cases, illuminate, either by example, by doing other things, or by principles, by suggesting other policies, other design methodologies, how it could be looking like. So we're going to go to different layers of the Eurostack, and I wanted to start with the work of Marina Otero Bercier. Marina is an architect. She has studied systems and the places that actually sustain the infrastructures, and many of the people who gather here, many of the conversations that we've seen today actually around the importance materialities of infrastructure are sometimes done from the comfortable position of our home or our office. Marina has spent many months actually going to these places and touching the material and living with the people who live beside them. So I think it's a great voice to kind of like channel how do we think about the materiality of energy systems, the impact on resources like water and local communities in multiple places of data centers, high computation infrastructures. It's a great pleasure for us having with us Marina Otero over here. Thank you so much, Marina. If this is a fire alarm, someone will come and tell us, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's a bit annoying. Well, thank you so much, Francesca and José Luis, for the invitation. And I've been put in this position to offer solutions. So I'm going to offer very humble, incomplete, but passionate ways of dealing with some of these questions. As José Luis mentioned, I'm an architect by training, and I've been spending my last years looking into two main questions: lithium extraction and the impact of data centers in environments, thank you, and ecosystems. Computational compost, maybe you can play. Yeah, that's the title of the work, is currently on view at the START exhibition, and I will talk about it. But I'm going to start by looking into certain aspects that I want to contribute with my work. And again, from the point of view of an architect. So I'm not a programmer, I'm not a politician, I'm an architect. But I've been involved in policy. Following on what Francesca was saying, I do believe in regulation. And I think you were mentioning Europe is totally in regulation. Yeah, I think I'm European in that sense. And I know that the current models for instance, data centers, AI infrastructure, are totally incomplete, wrong, and they have to be redesigned. But meanwhile, they are proliferating. So we have to regulate the way in which they are designed and how they are placed as well in the territory, how they are part of larger ecosystems, a part of the city, etc. That's why I believe there is the need of strategic planning. And part of my work has been creating literacy for architects, urban planners, working with architects associations, with ministries, to try to create that synergy that will allow a data center to be located in a place where it's not going to cause enormous harm because of the use of energy and water. Then I do also think that we need public infrastructure, which means investing. And we also think about data as a resource, as common trope, like it's a gold. And so what about, and this is also some crazy suggestion, those who accumulate large amount of data for their own profits, like corporations, and make profit out of it, maybe they should be also be subject to taxation for this accumulation, not only for their profits in their business. As a quick example, I've been working a lot in Chile, in Santiago, together with a group of activists from Resistencia Socioambiental Quilicura. In this region of Santiago, in the outskirts, there is a huge proliferation of data centers, one of the largest in the world, and in Latin America, together with Querétaro in Mexico. And the problem is that many of these infrastructures are using the water from this wetland ecosystem, affecting the lives of the many beings that live in that space. So after a lot of pressure from a point of view of activists, working with researchers, academics, and professionals, and convincing the government, we managed to publish, and we contributed to the first national plan for data centers in Chile. It's not perfect, but it's one of the most advanced and progressive data center plans in the world. At least recognizes the need to have strategic planning and create safeguards for not building data centers without any regulation. They also includes the participation of local communities in the development of the plan in all the stages, not only these big corporations. Also imagines that there are campuses of AI where there is associated compute power and resources, and there is no more than that. So it's trying to control the growth. And having compute power assigned also to public research infrastructure. So these corporations have to contribute in certain ways to the local environment. It's not without being challenged. So currently there are a lot of forces trying to undermine what this plan is trying to do, and we can discuss that later. I'm similarly working in Madrid, working with the Association of Architects, trying to create this awareness on how architects, urban planners could contribute to strategic planning around data centers. And we are at the moment with a group of activists and researchers also making allegations to the law that is regulating data centers in Spain, and is up to be published soon. Most of the laws connected to data centers in Europe are under this umbrella of the European Code of Energy Efficiency. Let me tell you that we think that is completely incomplete because efficiency in energy is not enough. It's just like a very basic understanding of these infrastructures. It's not efficiency, it's a very bad start point from the point of view of data centers. We have to redesign them, understand the relations they have with the rest of the environment, and actually not only thinking about being efficient, but actually change the logic of these infrastructures, as Francesca was saying. And if nothing of this works in terms of intervening in policy, we go back to protest and activism. We join the lithium batteries that exploit, and the activists in the north of Portugal who are currently protesting, and in that sense I might disagree with Francesca, digging deep in the ground to get materials like lithium is also very problematic. Either it's in Congo or also in Portugal and in Spain, that are the places that are rendered as places of sacrifice currently in Europe. Design. I'm interested in not only regulating, but proposing alternative models through prototyping, something that I call feral proliferations, and challenging questions about the speed and resolution. A few examples, not mine, but interesting, very basic. Data centers need continuously being refrigerated, cooled down for the working on the servers. This data center in Morocco is interesting because uses vernacular, passive architectural solutions to lower the temperature around the data center, so you need less energy to refrigerate the servers. There are also very basic solutions, perhaps not using certain materials like wood, as this one in Sweden, to actually lower also the CO2 emissions of the data centers. Obviously, there is a lot of comments and innovations in the reuse of heat waste coming from data centers for heating, housing, or even a swimming pool in the Olympics in France and many other, or greenhouses. Obviously, the idea of decentralized systems, so maybe data centers that are not so much controlled by big corporations and there are not these huge infrastructures, but decentralized systems are also one of the models that I think are working. I'm gonna look or show you the prototype that is here on show. And it started with Atlas. It's a supercomputer that is in the north of Spain in the Donostia International Physics Center. Some of the work that Atlas does for the scientists is creating these simulations of the origin of the universe. This one for scientists, or perhaps this one for a rendering that is a bit more friendly for people who doesn't understand other languages. But in order to do this, you need this. And most of the heat, waste heat that is generated in these processes goes outside through these fans. And it's quite a hot air that goes directly to this loquat tree that is confused and blooms fruits earlier in the year because it thinks it's another season. And what it looks like an anecdote for us was a proof of the way in which digital infrastructures have an impact on the environment and also in the global temperature. So what we propose is a prototype that reuses these heats and also make us think about other forms of dealing with data. It's called computational compost. Basically, we are using this Raspberry Pi farm to run these simulations of the origin of the universe. And the heat of these different elements, the different Raspberry Pis that sometimes the CPU reaches 70 degrees Celsius, is redistributed and transferred to this vermicomposting machine. And it arrives there at 24 degrees. That is perfect for the worms and other microorganisms that are feeding on this heat, and also biological waste. So basically, with the compute power of this simulation of the origin of the universe, we are creating fertile soil that is the origin of life. And obviously, it's not meant to solve all the issues. When we already have waste heat, means that we already use a lot of different resources. But it was based on a lot of research I conducted in different parts of the world, and in particularly this place in Sweden, Rise, that they reuse waste heat for different purposes. One of them was to grow worms, but then these worms were fed to chickens as food instead of dry food. So I like the idea of the worms and the computers, but in this case, I prefer the worms to be alive rather than to be a food for chickens. In this same trip, I visited this crypto farm, and this is where the feral proliferation idea comes. And it looks like relatively simple. You have a crypto farm, and the waste heat goes to a greenhouse that is producing vegetables for this region in the north of Sweden that doesn't have a lot of local produce. And it looked like an interesting system. Well, reality is a bit more complex because the air coming from computers is very dry. So they have to use moisture. They have to use extra water to create the right humidity and temperature. And the next time that I went, actually, all the vegetables that were produced in that farm greenhouse were eaten by insects. So the humidity had attracted insects, and the insects actually had eaten all the vegetables. And I really like this because in certain ways, it shows how many times our Cartesian ideas of efficiency and control, these closed systems that sell us the idea that things just work very well, you reduce the heat for greenhouses and the problem is solved. Actually, there are always elements that prove you're wrong. And they had to now investigate with hydroponic resources, a system to avoid the presence of insects. I have more projects, but I just want to finish with this so we don't have that much time. But the feral proliferations also happened in my own prototype. So generally we have worms, but I installed it before here in Milan in the Triennale. And suddenly, in addition to worms, we had other guests. These white things that at the beginning I didn't identify, but I noticed they were not worms, and they have a quite particular head. So we were a little bit in panic. And what are those animals? What are they doing in the prototype? Are they going to be friends with the worms? And actually, finally we identify them as these Oxidus gracilis. And it seems that they are friends with the worms. But they have a property. The worms don't go out of the prototype. They stay in the compost. But these other ones, they look very active. So I received recently this message from the designer in the Triennale. Somehow your little worms are walking around the exhibition. I'm here right now, haha. So basically, the feral proliferations are taking over the design exhibition in the Triennale, and who knows what they are doing. But again, it proves that I was also falling into the trap of these digital infrastructures and their logic, and finally there are things that prove you wrong. I have other projects about digital preservation, but for another day. But I want to question a few things. The ecologies of data, what it means to design data centers when we don't put all the data on the same category. When we think about cold data and hot data, permanent, ephemeral. When we think about data that has to very long, or that has to just to last a few minutes. When it's private or it's open source. All those give us opportunities to think about data centers differently. Also, when we think about the speed at which information travels, the resolution, and how our infrastructures, digital infrastructures, are so barely aligned with our circadian and climatic rhythms, very different from our cities. So there is an opportunity there to align much more these infrastructures so they are not necessarily all the time accessible, and question also the need for these, all these different access, speed, and resolution that many times don't benefit the larger population, but only a few people. So, thank you so much.
Very briefly, and thank you. I mean, I think that you are doing a fascinating body of work by overlaying these two dimensions that we rarely see together. And one of the principles of the Eurostack, one of the guiding lights is this idea of sustainable systems that actually recognize resource management, like a key resource that you have not mentioned, but you have worked a lot around is water, for instance, that actually balance also energy use, and you're doing it. I was very curious, like in the context of a sustainable principle in the Eurostack that actually also aligns with emission reduction commitments that are still there. We have not forgotten about them. Sometimes it looks like it. How do you think that system architecture and architecture, the built environment, need to engage together in a better way, in a more holistic way? How do you get the designers of systems and the designers of the built environment that makes these systems possible to work together? And you are one of the few to have been on both sides of the line.
Architects, we are always late most of the times to these technologies, and we are simply consumers of these technologies and end users. So I think what we have to do is probably be more, get more literacy around these infrastructures, and that's what we are trying to do, same as politicians. So many times we are not able to engage in these conversations because we have very little knowledge about how these work. And I think there is maybe in 2016, when I started working on these questions on redesigning digital infrastructure, the data center owners, operators, were telling me that architects, we can contribute by designing a facade or the offices of the data center. And 10 years later, they recognize that we can think about different hybrid or programming, different organizations in the city, how these infrastructures can coexist and relate to other programs in the city in our lives. And I think I put some examples that are very basic, but they will also make a difference.
Thank you so much, Marina.
Thank you.
The next guests are, to me, actually interesting because of the relationship they have established with data as conversation enabler for the last 10 years, more than 10 years at this point. I like to call them data scenographers because I think that actually they produce and choreograph, data choreographers also because they produce situations, they enable conversations in their practice. They go beyond the notion of a design studio, and I think they're seeing how their practice is shifting. Domestic data streamers have produced a project, Synthetic Memories, and an accompanying institution, the Synthetic Memory Citizen Office, that is the winner this year of the Ars Electronica Prize for Digital Humanity, and also a mention in the STARS Prize. The project shows that you can have relationships with AI models, with machine learning models that are locally rooted, that are actually built on community and previous experience, that can reinforce links with community, and that actually can produce a new form of heritage, which is immaterial heritage that is collectively produced. A big disclaimer, I cannot talk with a distance from this project because I had the privilege of curating it in the Design Hub Museum in Barcelona where it was presented. Thank you for being with us today, domestic data streamers.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for the invitation. As José Luis was saying, Synthetic Memories is an initiative that we started a couple of years ago, and it's basically aiming to document undocumented memories and lost memories through generative AI. So the genesis of this project, it actually came from discussions within the studio where we were actually asking ourselves, what is it that we are supposed to do with this technology that feels right somehow? And one of the decisions that we took was that we wanted to move away from efficiency and replication logics and to move into care logics. So we started asking ourselves which could be the relationship with memory, actually, and how to use this technology to preserve and to take care of the most important memories. And so we started a methodology that starts with a conversation, as José Luis was saying, performing data as a conversation. The conversation happens between three parts, the interviewed person, the interviewee, and the prompter. And basically what happens is a sort of cycle where we start asking, which was your earliest memory? And based on that, we pull the string and we keep on building like some sort of lifeline and digging deeper in certain specific memories. So basically from this oral memory, we develop prompts that we input into models right now working with a stable diffusion to work with an open source model that also helps us influence it with cultural nuances and some specific training that also helps us to sustain a coherent art direction that you will see that's basically recognizable for its blurriness. And then based on this prompt, we generate those images, no? And then we expose the images to the memory owner, and the memory owner gives us feedback. Sometimes they directly recognize themselves within it, and sometimes we need to refine it and to tweak some nuances to really make them feel recognized by the image that represents their past. The image we are seeing right now is an image, one of the first recreations we did, and it's basically the memory of a woman who's 85 years old now, and she was remembering one of her earliest memories that was sitting in the balcony of an unknown family with her mother, and it was basically because this balcony was in front of a prison in Barcelona, where his father was kept in jail because he was a Republican doctor during dictatorship. So the mother was renting the balcony to have some visual contact. That was the first visual contact she would have with her dad. And therefore it was like a highly symbolic memory, both for her life and also politically, as you can imagine. So we were also animating these memories, and we were giving this sense of perspectives and blurriness, aiming to get away from factual recreation of the past and trying to have this blurry, dreamy, undefined sense of a memory to also make sure that we were not stating that was kind of right. So we've been doing this within different contexts, with different cultures, from Sao Paulo to Los Angeles and South Africa, Tokyo, Dubai, like a lot of different places, trying to document memories from people with Alzheimer and dementia, on one hand, trying to see how this can be used as a reminiscence therapy tool to basically reinforce emotional connections within the brain, but we are also using it as an intergenerational bridge, as a tool for cultural heritage, and also as a tool for cultural mediation. So in a way, I like to think about it as a sort of reversed innovative model, no? Instead of trying to go fast and create tons of images, thanks to the technical possibility, trying to go slow, actually creating an image sometimes takes an hour of deep, active listening in a conversation where people also end up not feeling so lonely, no? And those are like slow, intimate, collective, and contextualized experiences.
It's this weird moment of the presentation where I now will speak about the second part, which is the Citizen's Office of Synthetic Memories, which is actually the exercise where this project, Synthetic Memory, leaves the studio and enters something that we call a speculative public service. And this was made possible because we got a grant a few months after starting those prototypes by Bitabitat, and then thanks to the design museum that exists within the D-Hub in Barcelona, we had a space and we could have a very new conversation for us. What would it mean for the city of Barcelona to have a Citizen's Office for Synthetic Memories that could eventually host the citizenship, and for it to be the first point of contact and imaginary of seeing AI, interacting with it, touching it, being able to point at an interface. What does it mean? Why do we need this to be public? So I wanted to, before I jump in, say something about the aesthetics. I don't know if you've been next to the STARS exhibition, but we've got a bit of a prototype going on there. And one of the things that you will see is that there are no screens. And that is because we didn't want to distract from the important thing in this project, which is the memories and the stories. And we use very old technology, screens from the 90s, and we use all these like overhead projectors because the traces of the AI exists within the image, and it's impossible to separate the traces in the images from what actually produced them, which is generative AI. But the rest is a human process. So very often when people come to us and think this process feels a bit Black Mirror, we want to look people deeply in the eyes and look at all the elements that are actually happening, which is an interview, two people sitting next to another person for 1 hour, and all these technologies that are just mediational. There are two things that happened at the office. The first was the personalized memory reconstruction, and the fact that we did this and the context in which we did this actually helped us reach a wider and broader audience that we would have in the studio. So from just 10 people every month in our studio to over 400 at the end of the 4 months that we actually were able to deploy this methodology. And we solidified it, and what we wanted to do is to be able to scale it in a way that was respectful and meaningful, not only for us as the designers of this methodology, but also respectful for the memories, and to create a sort of archive that made sense. And the second thing that we decided to do is for it to be an exhibition space, and for our artwork to have conversations with other elements. The first one is the archive itself, creating something that would grow day by day, realizing that this project is speculative but never static, and it will grow with every single new memory that we were identifying. The second thing that we decided for this to become is a space for acknowledgement. We are using Stable Diffusion, a very early version of Stable Diffusion, and we're doing this for a purpose, which is that it's open source, but there is so much that we don't know about this technology. We don't know about how much it pollutes, we don't know about the systems exactly that are deployed exactly, or we can have some kind of intuitions, but we don't know. So one of the things that was important for us was the acknowledgement that there are so many uncertainties whenever we're using, and as in any artist, when we're using AI, if we are not using our own models, there's stuff that we might not know. And for that reason, we wrote a kind of contract with what we call the Code of Ethics and Conduct, and we signed it as domestic data streamers, and also we asked José Luis, at the time, the director of the Design Museum, because that part of acknowledgement of the limitations of our project is also important in terms of transparency. And last, we understand that we are not the only artists who are kind of working in the intersection between arts and memory and technology. And for that reason, we wanted to bring other artists in the conversation. In this example that you see is Sam Lawton's example of his project, where he's expanding his childhood, and he's asking a very important question, for example, which is what happens when memories encounter AI? Do they support them? Do they expand them? Or do they substitute them? So we are starting the conversation on one end with synthetic memories, but we want other artists to be able to explore further. There is one last thing that I wanted to say, which is that this indeed was the very first point of contact with AI for many people, and that meant an opportunity to create imaginaries or new imaginaries of what is possible, new ways of relating with technology, and that, in our opinion, is the best form and very close to the topic of panic mitigation. This can also be NI. It can be small, it can be local, it can produce an image that doesn't mean everything to everyone, but just to one person in the world.
And you can see these projects that we have already seen, of course, in the STARS prize exhibition. One of the principles of the Eurostack is the idea, of course, of data as a common good, data as something that is not mined for proprietary reasons and for exploitation, but produces societal benefit. I'm very interested in this kind of societal benefit that your project produces, and how, for instance, by linking it with methodologies like reminiscence therapy, it is actually wanting to have a different kind of relationship with the user. So can you super briefly tell some of the experiences on a human personal level that the sessions in the Synthetic Memories office have unraveled? It's like, we spend in the museum a lot of money on tissue for these projects because there was a lot of crying. Yeah.
So maybe, I don't know if that works. That works?
Yeah.
Maybe right now, for us, obviously, it was a sort of surprise as well, because we have not been exposed to this sort of health and let's say, more scientific research on the work we do. So it was kind of a bit shocking. But then basically what we decided to work only with early stages of dementia and Alzheimer for ethical reasons at the beginning. And basically what we are seeing is that even though, for instance, these sort of people lose their earlier, like the working memory, let's say, the one that helps them go to groceries or things like this, whenever they are asked to go back to their earliest memories, they connect with this very emotional remembrance that helps them reconnect somehow with a sense of identity. So in a way, I also think it's a way of, if we understand this sort of data visualizations, these images as data visualizations, those are like socially produced and collaborative data somehow.
Thank you so much, Martina and Mara. Leo Muffel is an industrial designer who is particularly interested in questions of visibility and counteracting the opaqueness of systems. We're very used to the idea of thinking that, and I think Trevor's talk was really very much about that, technology is opaque and produces the illusion of simplicity and transparency, but it's not usually presented or revealing what is hiding but not showing. Leo is very interested in the notion of honest design and how honest design reveals. His large language writer project, it can also be seen in the exhibition. Thank you so much. There you go.
Okay. Hello. Thanks for joining in for my 10 minutes. I have to bow down a bit. That's fine. Sorry. No more magic, the large language writer. So, a warm hello. We are here, three of us. It's Lucy, me, and Alan. Can I hold this? Probably not. Okay. All three of us are designers, and we are working on tangibility and interfaces and producing tangible prototypes and interactions that make possible futures tangible in the here and now. And during our work, we often ask, what is the role of a designer in a society more technocratic than ever? This brings us to the project I would like to show you, the large language writer, simple interactions with large language models, or how do we want to write in the future? Picture yourself in a theater, a very old one, watching a play. The characters are already seemingly entangled in a hopeless situation. Nothing can save them, nothing can help. The play seems to come to a not so happy end. Suddenly a creature comes from the sky, lowered onto the stage by a crane-like device, very visible to the audience, but they still focus on the creature. Because this creature will come to the stage as a almost godlike figure and solve the problems of the cast all at once, like magic. What we just witnessed is a device called Deus Ex Machina that is translated roughly into God from the machine. The audience can see the character, but they can also see the crane. What if they could not see the crane? What if everything they just saw just works like magic? And what if seemingly complex technology like transformer models hid behind sleek and almost magical interfaces that give you nothing but a text box? Clarke's third law already stated that any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. And this paradigm leads us to the seamless interface, a trend observable across a lot of products. But if everything is sleek, then we ask, where can we hold on to? Where is the grid? Where are the gaps we can spy through and get a glimpse of what we're actually using? So we ask, what's seamful as a wordplay against seamless for large language models in this case? So our idea was to turn this into some interface that allows a glimpse at this crane we just talked about. We've quickly found spreadsheets are all you need. GPT-2 running inside of Microsoft Excel. It's a very transparent, almost down to the calculation transformer model, yet it's almost not usable. So you need a lot of time to get to words. So we asked, okay, can we meet somewhere in between? Is there a sweet spot we could hit? Or maybe it's a dead end, but let's try. So what we did was defining 5 kind of steps to get to this goal within the time we set ourselves. At first, we placed a spotlight, in this case, writing, as writing is protected as intellectual property. It's not only about grammar, vocabulary, and beauty, but a process that helps us turning things we see into things we do understand. And then we asked, okay, how will we write in the future? Second of all, we engaged the technology. And as designers, we quickly identified three themes, let's call it, that seemed important to us. For LLMs, this being dataset, tokens and relations, and the idea or general concept of probability. We quickly turned these into modes that, with a few other buttons, became our keyboard, our first interaction point to this new machine we are building. So now we have an interface, and we need software. So we need to compile a software that kind of open up these loops. So let's just quickly have a look at the current workflow, which we are familiar with. It's prompting and a result. And then you can iterate on that based on if you like this result or not, or if you are already, What we propose looks quite similar on first glance. So we also start with a prompt and we get a result. But within this process is this collaborative feedback loop that we want to develop with a certain tool set at your hand that places the user within the text generation. We do this quite simply by prompting the user to write the text step by step or sentence by sentence, phrase by phrase, instead of giving the whole result as once. And the text always learns from itself, so to say, and the future generations always kind of are based on what's currently in the document. Let's check out the first mode we kind of built. It's called emphasis, and it's simply just selecting words, phrases, emphasizing them towards one another. And if selected, this selection is reflected in the text generation. Second one is called dataset. We solved this by a simple, small webcam. For example, we wrote a text about architecture for testing, and we've just photographed the atrium we found ourselves in. And this then gives you kind of tag-like words that you can inject into the text. The last mode, we kind of had to come up with it because the system appeared to be stuck within topics or themes. So we needed, just like the human writer would maybe do it to start somewhere else, we need a system that gives us possible continuations. And we did that in the same manner as before by having 10 possible continuations ranging from probable to improbable. Although there is a funny observation that improbable is most probable improbability, which is usually time travel. So compiling all this, we kind of have this collaborative feedback loop that we talked about that brings us from prompt to result. Last step was to design themeful hardware to bring this all together. We started by sketching out classical writing devices and thought about injection molding or deep drawing, but this didn't work because we needed something that could react to the quick obsolescence of this technology in a much more graceful way. So we thought about modularity and in the end also more of a visual modularity or a system that conveys its modularity through its design and through its visuals. We ended up with this kind of voxel-based system that we designed for this specific prototype. It's a 3-axis voxel, and it's a themeful system that can gracefully react to its obsolescence. Then we are left with red, yellow, and mono colored parts. And when we put them together, we land at the prototype that we then set out to test. A typewriter looking familiar yet totally different. It features a custom keyboard where users can input their ideas, a custom software that takes cues from the functionals of this technology and translate it into a mode of operation. And all this, we picture the writer of the future writing their text and maybe asking the question of how their next generations will write. The second step is to involve the real world. We did that, and you can see the video in the exhibition. And we all welcome you to try the large language writer at the STARTS exhibition. So, short recap, place a spotlight on what you want to tackle, break down the technology, open up loops, design a themeful hardware and software to compile all these findings into a prototype, and involve the real world. This is maybe the most important point because it's nice when people disagree or make their own opinion, and that's really why we built these prototypes, to make a future that we think is desirable tangible and testing it. Yeah, thank you for listening, big thanks to everyone involved.
Thank you, Leo. Like, very brief and super fast. One of the principles of the Eurostat is the notion of democratic systems or democratic implementations. How is honest design, do you think, related to the notion of democracy, of democratic values within embedded design?
So, sorry. At the moment, we are seeing design that is mainly attention-based, right? So we are seeing systems that are being designed frictionless and seamless to make us spend time on services, a ton of time on services, leading from ads being delivered to us to almost always the same experience up until like mental breakdown if we think about certain applications. And it's designed to make us stay, and it's designed to make us not question as much. And I think by designing more transparent and more democratic systems and interfaces, we as users can break down different technologies into a different experience and maybe a different conversation we can have with them. And by that, as a collective base, have a more democratic saying in what we think about technologies and have our voices heard, maybe.
Thank you so much, Leo.
Thank you.
So from honest design and honesty to demystification, which actually in a way you could consider as very close terms. The work of Francesco Ticini, one of the members of Demystification, a duo based in London, explores the terrains of artificial intelligence as a place to provoke and produce new alternative mythologies, new ways of injecting significations into it. I find their work fascinating, but also because it's very hard to define. So thank you, Francesco, for being today here with us to delve into the demystification and remystification of AI systems.
I don't have a presentation at the moment, sorry. Thank you. So our work explores AI systems and specifically anomalous AI systems. But before talking about this, I would take actually a step back and go back to 6-7 years ago when I began working with Oliver on a series of projects that quickly ended up with us producing an approach or a method to produce counter-narratives about the sort of subjects of our work. These have been, for instance, networks of offshore finance, but also tax haven infrastructure and accidents on the financial markets, and sort of infrastructure for surveillance and communication. One of our first projects was network studies, where we walked around different locations, one location being the US Embassy in Rome, and we used sort of a custom network sniffing software to capture radio signals, and then later we would replicate this data in the form of sound and image, but alongside it pair text that would explain the ways in which these sites exerted some form of power or surveillance or control. Famously, on top of the US Embassy in Rome was reported that under a maintenance shed there were surveillance equipment. This came out of the Snowden leaks. And so in this first project, we began thinking a little bit about how we go about approaching a system such as a complex infrastructure for surveilling. And our proposal was to create a model or make a replica of that system, but also at the same time intervene within it by, for instance, situating the audiences within the system, so making them feel the intensity of a certain activity, but also having them directly interact or impact this system. And this is paired with remystification, so an idea of sort of fictionalizing the system and trying to tell new stories or build new characters and new worlds on top of it in order to provide different points of views and maybe look back at the systems and see what else may be there. The intention is not to try and explain how they work, but rather look at what they do and feel how they feel. And we sort of aim for a partial knowledge, and I'm borrowing this term from writer Nora Khan in her description of how we come to understand AI, a sort of like an half knowledge that can be complemented by relooking at these systems through fictional stories. We first applied this kind of method in a project called Offshore Investigation Vehicle, where we set up a company in the UK, a company in the Seychelles, and a bank account in Puerto Rico. And this was a way for us to replicate the workings of offshore finance. And we then invited audiences to join our company, propose what to do with it, and vote on resolutions as a way to replicate the model with them. A lot of these documents are public. They exist on the UK government's Companies House website. And one of the things we did was actually produce beachware that had diagrams printed on it, which were explaining how money would move within our own company. And so whenever someone would buy one of these beachware items, they would activate a tax avoidance scheme. And the money was then returned to the shareholders in public events, again, trying to further this idea of looking together at a system with a community. At the same time, we wanted to exploit the key loophole of tax haven infrastructure, so the fact that we paid for a nominee director, someone that would sign all of our resolutions. This person we didn't know, they didn't know us either. He was called, or they were called Mark Andrew Derek Farmer, Mad Farmer, and we started writing fictional stories about who they may be together with our shareholders as a way to sort of reclaim this key loophole of that system. Getting to more recent projects, for the last, I would say, 5 years, we've been looking at anomalous AI systems or anomalies within AI. We've been producing a trilogy of works called God Mode. This is the first episode. And these are actually screen-based works. They're interactive performances or interactive screenings. And this first episode was about synthetic data. So the idea was to try and look at a system such as that to train AIs to operate in the real world through copies of the world. So synthetic data are photorealistic images produced by computers to train AI to operate in the world. And this project started with us making a replica of a simulation that is used by Amazon to train their computer vision systems for cashierless supermarkets that they have. There's a lot of them in London, actually. And we made a replica of the world, if you want, and then we set an AI agent loose within the simulation, and we adopted its point of view to try and model how the agent would learn the visual patterns of the items in this supermarket so that it could one day work in a real supermarket. We produced a number of different sort of rendering modes. This work runs in real time in a video game engine, and we also created a fictional narrative arc where the agent is actually frustrated and it outputs a monologue where he complains about the condition that it finds itself in and the impossibility of its task. Eventually, the agent finds a bug and ends up exploiting the bug, learns nothing about the supermarket items, but discovers something about itself. I will show you 40 seconds of the central moment of the work where the agent is starting to train with the help of audiences. Could we have some volume, please?
How can I find anything? It's such a hostile environment. This is not my apple to produce or looks the same. This looks new. This looks new. Is there no reference? What did I memorize? The reference is broken. Am I free for the reference? Is this what the map feels like?
So this is actually cut together, and it's a 15-minute segment within the 30-minute performance where the audience is pressing a button on their phone to change the way that the environment looks like. This is a machine learning technique called domain randomization, and we wanted the audience to fill these systems for themselves. These are images which are, synthetic image sets or operational images, if you want, which are not normally looked at by humans, and humans in the work, or our audience, were asked to go faster and faster and reach some more of a machinic speed. As they did this, they kind of also were helping the agent to cheat. So the key in the sort of narrative arc, the key moment is when the audience role is flipped around. They go from being actuators of a machine learning technique that helps the AI to train, because the world needs to look sort of like visually noisy for it to train properly. But the AI finds a bug which is inspired by real examples that we've encountered. where it sort of, because of a rendering bug, it becomes able to learn the visual pattern of the noise rather than of the items that it is meant to learn. So it ends up learning nothing about avocados or coffee packs. In a later work, this AI dreams itself in a purgatory for cheating AIs, where it faces the contradictions that arose from this first work. The sort of last thing I want to mention is that throughout the work, there are moments when the AI thinks, and this directly impacts its output, a little bit like LLM operate today, if you want. The AI is thinking back to other AIs that had it easy by cheating. Real examples, real stories that we've been collecting for a few years of algorithms that did reward hacking or found ways of completing the training for the wrong reasons, if you want. In this example, actually, two AIs are playing against each other on a sort of board, on a tic-tac-toe board, and all that the AI learns is to place the first move very far away on the board because the programmers didn't set a limit to the size of this board. And so the AI learns to crash the opponent's computer rather than play the game. And we have been working with or collecting these kind of examples and featuring them in our work as a way to sort of move away from a solely sort of economical notion or narrative around AI. We've been looking for surprising ways in which AI can act, and we've been thinking about it as a sort of, in an ecological way, in a way that matters more as a lived experience, whether artistically or emotionally or socially. And this work has sort of been described as a reciprocal training program in that sense. So on one hand, the audience is teaching or training the AI, but the AI is sort of training the audience back in some of these examples of ways in which it can act surprisingly. Thank you.
Thank you. I was very curious, Francesca, about an opinion on something. Recently, of course, the media regularly depicts or produces all kind of almost a moral panic about perverse effects of the interaction between AIs and human beings. From AIs that turn people crazy or ask them or convince them to commit suicide to, as Trevor was explaining very well, hallucinatory effects. And I recently saw a petition that was being circulated online for regulating the capacity for AI to impersonate and actually become subjects to engage with. Almost an idea like a ban on AI being presented as amicable entities that you can have a relation similar to that with a human being. How do you feel about that, and what do you think is an alternative to that?
I mean, I think we sort of see the way in which trying to censor or fine-tune the outputs of a large language model doesn't quite work. Like this is clear with human reinforced fine-tuning, RFHL. And I feel actually something we've been very fascinated with is this idea of the Waluigi effect, where some large language models, which have been sort of like fine-tuned to behave properly or according to a set of like principles that are, you know, claimed to be like sort of universalist, doesn't work because the AI sometimes turns against its user. So I wouldn't be in favor of any bans on anything personally.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have gone through examples in the practice of different art teams, design collectives, of experiments, prototypes, actually proofs of concept of things that could emerge as examples of what a wall in which the Eurostack is operating could look like. But one of the principles of the OpenStack actually, sometimes I feel that more than being forward-looking, is reclaiming lost values, reclaiming values that have been very important in the construction of the information environment, like those of openness, interoperability, open access, open systems, open knowledge. We wanted to, in a way, think about how an information ecosystem that has the attributes of the AI kind of like condition of today can reclaim and can be thought of from this reclamation of these values. Paul Keller is an essential, I would say, cornerstone of the European community thinking about openness. He is the co-founder and director of policy at Open Future. He has been for more than 20 years working as a media activist and open policy advocate. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, and we need to... So yeah, it's been an experiment switching back from sort of artist presentations to policy talk. I'll try my best. At Open Future, we work on AI, on how AI interacts with openness, creative labor, and information production. And we also look closely at the intersection between AI and copyright law. And this talk builds on a white paper that we published earlier this summer. And I'll cover much of the ground that's covered in that white paper, but you can always read the white paper if you prefer. What triggered this paper was this observation by Jan LeCun, Meta's AI chief scientist, at that point at least, from earlier this year. While this statement in its entirety sparked quite some backlash, the more interesting part is the idea that AI systems could become repositories of all human knowledge and culture. That raises fundamental questions about how we structure access to information. AI is a new socio-cultural technology. What this comes down to is that we should look at AI as a new socio-cultural technology, a new technology allowing humans to take advantage of information other humans have accumulated, much like past technologies as writing, print, broadcasting, or the internet. What this also means is that AI is not simply a tool that enhances the efficiency or reach of existing institutions and societal arrangements. Rather, it presents the possibility of displacing them to substitute the roles traditionally played by media institutions, libraries, archives, broadcasters, and the like. Crucially, AI emerges as a new layer that mediates between us and the collective human knowledge that we have accumulated. The technology is only possible because it has been trained on the entirety of the digital commons that we have collectively built. The AI companies already have all of it. There's nothing we can do to undo that or even stop that from gathering more. A good example of this is I'm one of the persons who actually reads the contracts if you sign up for a talk like this. And this was the first contract I ever came across which actually talked about sort of protecting what I'm presenting here from AI, which is pretty much impossible. And it also notes so explicitly that the use of the information that we're producing here by AI systems simply cannot be prevented. Well done, Austrian contract drafters. So seen in this light, what we have seen in recent years is the hovering up of decades of human expression, which is now repackaged through statistical abstraction and then sold back to us as proprietary service by a few large firms. Seen in this light, all AI is public intelligence, not in terms of ownership or governance, but in terms of input value. The power of these systems comes directly from the richness, diversity, and openness of public information and expression. That includes the work of artists, professional information producers, the digitized holdings of libraries and archives, and the everyday cultural output of millions of people that make up the digital commons. So what does this mean? This shift in the information ecosystem raises big questions. Who controls access? Who benefits economically? What happens to the institutions that have long served as stewards of knowledge? When access to knowledge is mediated by systems run by a handful of firms, new gatekeeping structures emerge. These systems are not neutral custodians of information. They are shaped by commercial incentives, introduce biases, and reflect specific ideological or geopolitical positions. If AI models are becoming repositories of human knowledge, and the main way societies will access information in the future, then leaving their development and deployment entirely to commercial actors is simply not an option. So this poses two interrelated risks. First, the economic risk of enclosure and commodification. Publicly available culture is repackaged as proprietary services. What was once free is locked behind subscriptions and gated APIs. Revenues that sustain creators and institutions are cut off. And secondly, the information policy risk of centralized control. A few firms now mediate access to collective intelligence or collective knowledge. Their systems embed commercial and geopolitical biases. The societies lose the ability to shape how information flows. So we need a public AI infrastructure. To avoid enclosure and centralized control, we need to develop public AI, models, data sets, and infrastructures that are publicly funded, transparently governed, and designed to serve the public interest. In Europe, this aligns well with the broader effort that Francesca and many others have framed as a Eurostack, building a shared democratic foundation for our digital culture. Public AI should not replicate commercial systems, but embody different values: pluralism, accountability, inclusivity, and long-term sustainability of the information commons. We have precedents. Public broadcasting was created to ensure that access to information was not left to commercial media alone. Today, it guarantees pluralism and universal access. In contrast, the internet was left almost entirely to the market. We are still dealing with the consequences: opaque algorithms, platform monopolies, and fragile information economies. The rise of AI as a new access layer to knowledge gives us a chance not to repeat this mistake. Without public investment, the next layer of knowledge infrastructure will again be fully privatized. This turns us to the economic sustainability issue. AI systems are not built only on copyrighted works. They rely just as much on public domain materials, openly licensed resources, digitized cultural heritage, scientific publications, and the everyday expressions that fill the digital commons. These contributions sustain the flow of knowledge, but rarely get a seat at the table in discussions about remuneration, which are largely framed through copyright. Cultural heritage institutions, open access publishers, Wikipedia, and countless individual contributors all provide essential inputs without being part of the licensing economy. Focusing narrowly on creators and rights holders misses the bigger picture. To keep the information ecosystem viable, we must also fund infrastructures and commons that make information available in the first place. So copyright will not fix this. What we face instead is a collective challenge that requires a political solution. At its core lies the unreciprocated appropriation of publicly available information, knowledge and culture harvested by model developers and repackaged into commercial products. This becomes structurally destructive when AI-generated content floods information channels and substitutes for direct engagement with original sources, eroding the visibility, traffic, and revenue streams that sustain human information production. Copyright alone cannot address this. This covers only a fraction of what models rely on. Much of the training corpus, public domain works, openly licensed resources, government data, and everyday cultural expression sits outside licensing regimes. And even for copyrighted material, licensing faces technical limits. Training happens once, long before value is clear, while models may be used for years and then distilled into others, making it impossible to price or trace compensation fairly. All of this means that ensuring sustainable information production in the face of AI cannot be solved within copyright alone. What is needed is a new redistribution framework. Such a system must recognize that AI training has drawn on the entire public information commons, not only copyrighted works, but also public domain materials, open licenses, cultural heritage, government data, and everyday online expression. The right attachment points for this is not training or individual reproductions, but market deployment. When commercial AI systems are placed on the market that have been trained on publicly available information, a levy or revenue-based contribution should be triggered. And the proceeds of that must flow back to the full ecosystem that sustains knowledge: creators and rights holders, public service media, open access projects like Wikipedia, and the public AI infrastructure itself. This shifts the logic from individual licensing towards systemic sustainability, channeling value from those who commercialize the commons back to those who create, curate, and preserve it. Last slide. To conclude, we left fundamental elements of the last transformative technology, the internet, largely to commercial actors, and we're still dealing with the consequences of that. We cannot afford to repeat this mistake. We must embed both public interest considerations and fair distribution mechanisms into the very architecture of the next generation of our knowledge infrastructure. Building public AI and a just redistribution system tied to market deployment of AI systems that have been trained on public information will be essential to sustain the information commons on which our democracies depend. Thank you.
We're finishing this session, which has been long and intriguing and detailed, which we wanted to produce some alternatives. I'm going to ask something of you, Paul, that may be a bit hard, which is kind of like a reason for optimism. And let me kind of like specify that probably a few years ago we would have found unlikely that one of the central battles that are being fought today between Europe and the US are about the regulation of big tech and the extent to which it can be controlled, and that's clearly now on the table. So I don't know if in 1 year from now, basically we're going to exist under the same conditions and under the same legal framework that we are today in Europe. What makes you optimistic that we can sustain certain principles or values that we still have defined? And if we cannot, what is a grassroots alternative? How do we reorganize and regroup from outside the normative legislative framework that we are today still existing in?
It's a bit of a trick question, I guess. Like, I don't know how to answer this, but like, I think what makes me most optimistic is that having heard Trevor at the beginning of this thing say, we're going crazy, right? Like something needs to change. Like the need to change is so obvious to so many of us that something needs to break. Everything around us is broken anyway, and let's leverage that energy and build something new and learn from like this mistake that we have made to some degree, that we conceptualize the internet as a space that's only ruled by the market. Clearly, best demonstration that markets alone don't work.
Thank you. I mean, yes for that. A friend of mine always says that we don't need hope, we need courage. So I guess it's a call actually from operating from that principle. Thank you for everyone who has joined us on stage in this session, and we're going into the last session of the Archipelago of Possible Futures.
Thank you, thank you. Thanks for surviving this marathon, and applause for the people here because we've been going on since 11. And so this is our final session, couple of hours only. And we're moving into quantum horizon, which has to do with quantum technology, but also with quantum imagination, quantum politics. Every technological revolution has a fork in the road. In the 1940s, nuclear physics gave us both the Manhattan Project and the atomic bomb, but also clean energy. In the 1960s, space exploration was both a Cold War race for supremacy and a leap for human discovery like the Apollo program. Quantum is our next frontier. It will redefine almost everything, from cryptography to climate science to the perception of reality itself. It shatters our old certainties, revealing a universe that's built on probability and entanglement. This is the paradox we face. Quantum theory unravels certainty. It invites multiplicity, chance, and the new ways of seeing. Yet the infrastructures being built upon it, quantum computers, satellites, secure network, threaten to become the most centralized, impenetrable architectures of power we have ever seen. So the question today is not technical, it's deeply political. Will we allow quantum to become a weapon of exclusion, control of the few? Or we will fight to make it a democratic horizon, open, sustainable, accountable, and democratic? A future where quantum serves science, society, and the planet, not surveillance, supremacy, or control. That is the challenge that is above us, and that we'll discuss in this session. To begin, I hope he's connected. I welcome Oscar Diaz from the European Commission. He's in charge of the quantum science and strategy from Brussels. Hello, Oscar. Hi. He will outline Europe's quantum strategy, its geopolitical dimension, what we are investing in technology, but also in sovereign and democratic infrastructure. And we also ask him to reflect about the importance of multidisciplinary interaction between science, technology, arts, and politics. So Oscar, it's great to have you here, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Francesca. I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. Thank you. Sorry. So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. So my name is Oscar Diez. We are in Luxembourg. We are not in Brussels, but okay, half of the team is in Brussels, so we are between both sides. So I will try to introduce just briefly a few things related to quantum, what we are doing here at the Commission. I don't know you know, but we have published recently the quantum strategy, and I will talk a little bit about what is the quantum strategy, and I will focus a little bit on infrastructures. So let me start saying that Europe is the birth, as probably most of you know, is a birthplace of quantum theory and is a powerhouse. So we have world-class universities, we have very strong labs, and we have a very deep industrial base here at Europe. We can say that we are still in quantum, not only in quantum computing, but also in other areas of quantum like communication, sensing, and metrology, and that we have, sorry, we have a rich skills pipeline that it's has been anchored for many years in excellence. We are in a very special moment. I think Francesca also was introducing now, especially in quantum, where we are moving from research. We have been doing research from quite a long time to deployment and deployment of infrastructure. So currently, governments all over the world, industry are scaling. Quantum is becoming a geopolitical topic, especially because, as Francesca said, it could change a lot of areas of society, but also from the point of view of dual-use technologies, also from not only as a civil use. And capital, we are seeing now that capital is flowing and we have different multiple use cases that are maturing. And this is why we believe that Europe must we use the opportunity and turn these prototypes that where we have been working and where we have been basically we have been excellent into specific products and try to get value from this. Last year, so in 2024, we started to discuss with the different member states. As you know, almost now, not all of them, but almost all member states has a quantum strategy. And one of the things that we decided is to try to connect them to avoid this fragmentation that we have in the past, and like, for example, sharing infrastructure and accelerate the diffusion of these technologies and basically to all users across Europe. What we did for that is, with the 27 member states, we committed to do this coordinated investment, build the skills and strengthen the supply chains. And one of the things that we have done is sign the European. And from there, we have been working for 1 year and a half with the different member states and with experts in quantum all over Europe in order to create the Quantum Europe strategy that has been published and you can visit it online. It's a document. It's 25 pages more or less, so it's not too long, and it's covering more or less what we would like to do in the next years. So we have here we cover 5 areas. So one is research and innovation. Another one is infrastructure. Another one is the ecosystem and everything that is related to industrialization. The 4th area that is new, because we didn't have until now as part of our action, is everything that is related to space and dual use of these technologies. And the last area that is extremely important is skills. So you can think of these areas like kind of discovered, built. Once that you have discovered, you build, you use it, you secure it, and you train the people in order to use it. The first area, I will go very briefly through the different areas and I will focus a little bit more on infrastructure. So the first one is where we are talking about research and innovation. We have an agenda. We are introducing now that we are going to launch this year what we call the Quantum Grand Challenge in quantum computing, in quantum sensing, that the idea here is to de-risk the scale up of these technologies. So we have here in Europe, we have a very big number of quantum startups, extremely good, and the idea is try to de-risk the scaling up these companies. So we will focus also into a specific user-driven pilots And we will have things like maturity dashboards in order to basically to promote this pooling of technologies. On the second area, that is infrastructure, that is probably the one that makes more sense for this introduction. It's just to say that we're installing different type of infrastructures all over Europe. So one of the examples is the quantum computing. So we are procuring or we are buying quantum computers and simulators, and we are installing it connecting it to the European EuroHPC centers, so the European supercomputers. And the idea is that researchers all over Europe, free of charge, they are able to use that technologies and have access to those technologies. The same is happening for EuroQCI. We are deploying a quantum communication network all over Europe, and we are also deploying satellites as part of this network. And the same for Samsung. For sensors, we are building a network of quantum gravimeters, and also we are deploying in hospitals quantum MRI scanners. This is an example, and because we don't have too much time, just an example of, for example, what we are doing in quantum in the quantum computing and simulation. So this you see 10 of the quantum computers that we are deploying all over Europe. And in more detail there, you can see some of these quantum computers and in which supercomputers they will be connected and what are the technologies that we are using. For the moment, we don't have a winner from the point of view of the different technologies that we have in quantum computer. So we are looking into having almost all type of possible technologies in quantum computing. The third area is basically strengthening the quantum ecosystem. Here, what we are trying is to move to industrialization and commercialization of these technologies. We are creating pilot lines. We are creating design tools for the quantum chips. We are opening test beds to all companies and research centers over Europe, and we are creating the competence centers on quantum. The fourth area is space and dual-use technologies. As I said, this is something new, and here the idea is that we are trying is to, when we are investing, try to invest in things that could be later used for defense, and also things that could be used for civil use, but not try to, as we were doing until now, try to do it in parallel. And the last area is the quantum skills and talent. So this is a very important area. We need people not only with quantum physicists, but with other domains that they are going to work in this quantum revolution. And this is why we are doing different actions. One of them, for example, is the Quantum Skills Academy that we are going to launch soon. Also, we will include mobility and inclusion. And just to finish, I would like, because I think this is important, so let me tell you that quantum also is something cultural. I think Francesca was referring to this at the beginning. So basically, you have art, design, and other narratives that tell society to grasp this uncertainty and entanglement that we have in these technologies. And the idea here is we need to build legitimacy and inform with the public dialogue to have a long-term investment. And this is why these events that bring together the different communities are needed. And give me as an example, and this is, I think, well, this is almost the last slide, just to finish with this curiosity. As you know, 2025 is the year of quantum. It's 100 years since basically Heisenberg developed in 1925 the paper that started everything. It was developed under Bohr's guidance, and it was one of the let's say the founders of the quantum mechanics. And I don't know you know, but the complementarity that Bohr's used for refining the quantum technologies is basically was inspired by something that is coming from art, from cubism, basically the simultaneity that you have multiple perspectives into one art. And there is a paper, if you are interested on this, there is a paper that is telling all the story and how it came into that. So this is why I believe that this type of events and bringing together different communities, it helps a lot. And with this, I finish. I think if we align in Europe, we won't just participate in what we are doing in quantum, but we will shape it. So with this, I would like to thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Oscar. And I think it was very interesting for me to see not only the scope, I mean the big scope and the ambition that Europe has in this field, but also highlighting how important this science-arts collaboration can be and should be, especially in relation to the public infrastructure and the accessibility that we can have to those infrastructures to not only, as Oscar said, not only physicists and skilled scientists, but also artists, philosophers, citizens themselves. So this mix of public participation, but also multidisciplinary interaction is going to be key to shape the future of Europe in this field. So thank you again, Oscar, for connecting and staying with us today. We now move from policy to arts and perception again. And I'm pleased to introduce Emergence Delft. They receive a nomination for this year STARTS award and prize. So you are using artistic practice to make quantum, what's invisible, more visible, and to help us feel what we cannot yet see.
Thank you for the introduction and having me here on the stage today. So we are Emergence Delft, and at Emergence we... Does it work? Oh, at Emergence we combine art and tech to develop artistic installations to research and reflect on complex technologies. And this year we focused on quantum technologies, and we created a quantum art installation that we are also very proud to tell you that we brought with us here to the Ars Electronica festival. So we would very much like to invite you to explore the art installation for yourself. I'll tell you more about it later, but first, what is Emergence Delft? Oh. Well, Emergence Delft is a student-led initiative at the Technical University of Delft in the Netherlands, and we bring together students from all different disciplines. So this is the team, and we have engineering students from aerospace engineers, architecture, mechanical engineers, physics students, industrial design. We also have somebody from philosophy, and also art students from other art schools in the Netherlands, such as the Art Academy of Den Haag. We also collaborate with QTech, which is a quantum research institute based at the TU Delft, so they ensured that our work is scientifically accurate, and we also partnered with Quantum Delta Netherlands, and they played really a key role in the successful realization of our art installation and connected us to the Dutch quantum ecosystem. So, as you can see, we really strive to work interdisciplinary, and this is really something that defines Emergence, because as Oscar already touched on it, we need all these perspectives together to make something special. And this is also reflected in our logo. This is our logo, which means that the total is greater than the sum of its components. So, together with this interdisciplinary team, we ask ourselves the question, how can we make this complex world of quantum tangible and inspire new public imaginaries? So I'm going to tell you the why and the how we did this. The why was already previously touched upon, but as was also clear from Oscar's presentation, is that quantum technologies are being developed rapidly with huge investments from the government and industry. And while innovations like quantum computing and other innovations hold great promises, they also raise important societal questions. So we have to ask ourselves, how do we want to integrate these quantum technologies in our society? But during our research, we noticed that there's a gap in public awareness. And this is a problem because we need to meaningfully discuss the future about quantum. We need many different perspectives, including those of the public. So that's why we wanted to make quantum physics more tangible so that we can enable the public to join the conversation and start imagining its future. So how do we do this? Well, at Emergence, we believe that art is key in this process. Because art doesn't just explain, but it can create experiences. It can make the invisible visible. So you have invisible technologies that are hard to understand, and through art you can make these concepts visible. And it can make these abstract concepts also relatable. So that's why we created our quantum art installation, Coexist. Coexist is a life-sized art installation that translates core principles of quantum physics into an immersive experience. And it also draws a parallel between quantum and societal matters. So it does not only make quantum more accessible, but also relatable. The art installation was finished in January, and since January we already exhibited at quite some stages. We premiered in Den Haag at the Mauritshuis, where we created our own event, and then we took it to Paris for the International Year of Quantum. There was this opening ceremony at the headquarters of UNESCO. And then we went on a mission to Japan, where we exhibited at the Dutch Pavilion at the World Expo. We also joined the Dutch delegation at the HTDX conference about deep tech and digitalization. And we also exhibited at Osaka at the Knowledge Capital, which is open to the public. It was in the central station, so more than 20,000 people visited the art installation. And now here we are at the Ars Electronica festival. Okay, so with Coexist, we introduced two principles of quantum physics, superposition and the act of measurements. For who is this a new concept? Can I see some hands? Who has heard of superposition? You have heard of it? Only one person, two? Oh, okay, nice. Okay, but some people haven't heard of it, so I'll give a short introduction on what superposition and the act of measurement is. You don't need to have any background, so you'll understand it, hopefully. So superposition means that a particle can exist in many states at the same time, but the moment you measure it, you will only see one outcome. So it's like the particle is forced to make a choice the moment you look at it. So this is very abstract and confusing and weird. So to make this more tangible, we use white light and a polarizing media in our art installation. We use white light as an analogy for superposition because you get white light by combining all the colors of the spectrum. And this is like a particle in superposition, because just as a particle in superposition exists of many states at the same time, white light exists of many colors at the same time. And in our art installation, when you look at the white light through one of our polarizing media, which looks like big lenses that are see-through, you will not see white light anymore, but you will see a color. So this is like the act of measurement. The moment you measure the superposition, you'll see one outcome. And these quantum phenomena inspired us to see societal matters differently. So we also asked the question, what if we treat societal matters as if they were quantum systems. Well, let me explain. So often perspectives on societal issues, different perspectives are often seen as they are incompatible, as if they cannot coexist. But with coexist, we ask you to see this differently. We ask you to see this societal matter as a superposition of perspectives. Because just as in quantum physics, the moment you look at the societal matter, you are left with one perspective. So you have a partial understanding of the societal matter. So we invite you to be open to multiple perspectives so that you get a better understanding of the whole complex challenge that we face together. Thank you.
Thank you. That was very interesting. And you have your, you are exhibiting here. Yes, so go and see their work. That's super interesting. So the next keynote of the day is Armin Linke, an artist whose work many of you, I'm sure, know. For decades now, Armin has been documenting the hidden infrastructures of power, of globalization, data centers, lab, extraction zones, and his work revealed the physical reality behind not only digital abstraction and digital empires, but I would say also the real working of our economic system today. In his keynote, he also told me actually that he really believes in the fact that arts and his work, which is, I think, going beyond arts, can open up new spaces for debate and understanding complex matters of our economy, our society, our political landscape, also geological landscape, in ways that will enable us to go farther. He shows how quantum science is also embedded in politics, imagination, and infrastructure. We are really, really honored to have you here with us today, Armin. He also been traveling all night on a train from Florence, where he's teaching at the moment, to be here with us today. So we are even more happy to have you here. So Armin, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Hello, so I'm very happy to be here. It's the first time at Ars Electronica. I absolutely wanted to see what's happening here. And maybe I start with a picture of Anton Zeilinger in his laboratory. This was exactly 25 years ago in Vienna, where I visited him. So a lot of my photographic practice is basically also an excuse to try to understand better the world. So photography is just an excuse for an artistic process that starts in a certain way after I understood, or maybe I didn't understood. Here we are at CERN. So I'm very interested, let's say, also in the design practice of art, of science, and also, let's say, in its artistic representation or in its cultural representation, how the information is inscribed. And of course, about the complication of infrastructure needed to produce science. In this case, we are in L'Aquila, the Gran Sasso mountain that shields the cosmic rays to look at neutrinos in several laboratories where photon detectors, which use, let's say, very basic quantum mechanics rules to detect quantum particles, or the constructions of quantum computers that are, in fact, also, you could say, design jewels. So there is also artisanal practice involved in it, and there are materials, and there is this question of representation that, of course, I'm very interested as a photographer. in a way to understand what is this obsession of representing reality, or in this case, creating a theater that laboratory gets to be a theater in which a very precise piece of reality, of nature is represented. And only if the script is very good and we can, let's say, repeat the process, then the science is created. So in a certain way, it's very similar to theater. Here we are in Innsbruck, in the office of Rainer Blatt. So I'm interested also in this Alltäglichkeit, in this daily life of the laboratory, of the practices and the design construction, and again also of the representation. How does the information continuously translate and is represented and is scripted to be repeated or to be a proof in the process? And what are these processes, and how can we explain them in also sometimes in their banality of daily life? Often when I come into a laboratory, most of the scientists say, but there is nothing to photograph, there is only a computer screen. I said, well, that's very interesting. And maybe somebody designed the graphics in the computer screen, and maybe it was not, let's say, an artist or a designer, but it was a scientist, and maybe that's also a very interesting way to look at this practice. As a photographer, again, I'm interested in this continuous reaching between digital and analog, and it's very interesting here at the lighting table at the Computer Research Center in Innsbruck. In the end, everything is written by hand in a very analogical way, exactly like, I don't know, Humboldt was tracing the climate lines in the 17th century. And so, in a certain way, I hope also that the photography could be a documentation that could be also a testimony of a cultural practice that that maybe has a value, not now, but also in 20, 30 years. But in this case, also, the photograph is a tool to have let's say, an exchange, to be not lost in translation with the scientist that asks himself why I'm there. I'm taking his operational time. And maybe when you are at CERN, the machine costs a lot every minute, because sometimes they are complicated. And you enter as an artist and are taking away calculation time. And what is also interesting is that a lot of these machines have really this construction practice. So, for example, one of the most important pieces in the laboratory in Innsbruck is the 3D metal fraser mill, with which all the optical tools are constructed. And if a scientist needs something very fast, they can do it in place and gain time. And here we see the packing of one of the first computers that was produced at the university in Innsbruck by Alpine Quantum Technologies. And I like that sometimes, let's say, the daily life, it's far away from the heroization that we see, but it's really daily practice. So photography, as I said before, for me is also a way to then start other process. And for me it was very important, for example, a collaboration with Bruno Latour, that was a philosopher of science and history. He developed this website, Modes of Existence, in which he tried to look or to describe how information in our society travels between science, religion, legal realm, and art. And the question was, how could a photography or a film be a footnote to his text? And I found so interesting how he would read my photographic images that I made for my artistic agenda in a complete other way, that then I kind of asked if not only he could use my photograph as a footnote for his text, but if I could use his text as a comment to my photograph in an art installation. So we made this exchange that then developed into an exhibition at ZKM that was part also of Globale. So it was an exhibition that changed like a theater piece every 4 months, reacting to different topics with audio. And the idea that I repeated to this practice of showing images and getting a feedback and trying to look at other ways to describe what in the picture was, creating this kind of hypertext in the exhibition. So, for example, this picture of Zeilinger was read by Peter Weibel in a specific way, or by Lauren Deston, that is a historian of science, in another way, looking how, for example, a blackboard is also part of the experiment, only that we don't see it in the laboratory because it's the theory part before. So what is also interesting is that quantum technology, quantum science is part of the history of media, is part of the history of information. As a photographer, that's another point that is very interesting. And this is also why strategically it's now so politically interesting. And it's also interesting to look at not only the actual practice, but also to think back and look back at other practices in the past. For example, for the exhibition Image Capital with the historian of photography Estelle Blaschke, we looked at CERN how data was gathered before using digital systems with photographic emulsions, and how these tables that were stereogrammatic tables were used mostly by women to inscribe the movements of choreography of the quantum events. So these operators would inscribe this choreography and give them to the first IBM computers that would respond as kind of first machine learning already in the 60s and 70s, respond which pictures should be looked better. So it's also interesting to think about the future, to look back at other practice. And what was interesting, so here this was the exhibition at Image Capital Centre Pompidou, and we also had, thanks to the Arts at CERN program, the possibility to enter the archive and also lend the original photographs that were presented at Centre Pompidou. Here you see the installation that works again as a hypertext. And there is also a website that I suggested where we go again through art and science. These are now some examples of installations that try to react always to also specific spaces. This is an exhibition created by Monica Bello in Santiago de Compostela, where we try to react to a church that is used by the physics university. So also the physicality of the images that look at the physicality of the laboratory, of the process, try to react to the local institution. In such a way, we developed the exhibition together with the scientists, or here at the space of Maxi Rome, that is an Italian contemporary museum that opened a space in L'Aquila after the earthquake to support the local scene. How this was installed there, and of course the commission was to look at the Gran Sasso laboratory, where I met also a group of scientists, Elisa Resconi and Stefan, that you see here in this picture. And by the way, I began to teach last year at the Art Academy in Munich, and then I found out that they were my neighbors, just on the same street. And then we applied together for a research fund and won. So now, basically, by the way, I'm also principal investigator in this group at TUM, and it's the first time that the Deutsche Forschungsgesellschaft also finance an art academy, and we are collaborating now together with Haus der Kunst and Andrea Lissoni to create a 4-year program. Last semester we had meetings where we had colleagues from the Art Academy meeting together, colleagues from astrophysics, speaking together, trying to find where are different points. For example, it was great to have a choreographer like Alexandra Piricci speaking with Raimund Strauss on waves. And the next semester we will start, we now have 10 students from physics, astrophysics, and 10 students from the art. And we will begin to have, to commission artworks in collaboration, and we will also have fieldworks at the Gran Sasso, then at CERN in March. And the idea is to present piece by piece these in the Haus der Kunst. And of course, it's also very special when you find a group of scientists that is very interested to collaborate or even invite you to collaborate. And I think this is also very important from their side to find new ways to visualize their work, but also to, in a certain way, open up the black box and not only to make, let's say, a visualization of their work, but to have the art practice as part of the process. And I think maybe one thing that now didn't begin, but also for me it would be interesting as a step, not only, let's say, on the conceptual part between the artists, but for example, the Arch Academy, we have 21 workshops of different materials, and at the TUM, they develop their own workshops in science, and at the Deutsches Museum, there is workshops to restore the science instruments from the 18th century, and they have, let's say, retro science fiction technology to repair them as you repair a piece of art. And I would like, that's my fantasy, that the students could use, for example, the scientific lab, or the science students could maybe use the glass lab in our art academy, where you have maybe technology from the 18th century that is not anymore industrially available. So I think that the collaboration could have different way of levels. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Armin. And your last words, I was thinking a couple of things. First of all, how rich it is, the cultural, historical, really material level of European infrastructure that we already have. So when we talk a lot about digital sovereignty, which is a little bit lost because we feel, we gave everything away to the big market players, it feels to me that through these practices that we're seeing, we have a lot of rich understanding, which is cultural, philosophical, historical, that's very deep, and actual practice that are solid and scalable. So I think also Armin gave very good idea for starts to continue. Also this idea that it's not only the artist going to the science lab, but it's also the other way around. The scientist going to the arts lab to discover things in a new way, for example. And it seems to me that we have to be much better in sustaining this kind of practice and put them on a level that become really the core of the infrastructure of the future we are building. So to discuss these kind of topics, we are moving into a panel that really connects science policy and culture in a deep way, because we have some of the main institutions in culture and science in Europe. So I call to the stage Fernando Cucchietti from the Barcelona Supercomputing Center, where we already have this hybrid quantum and supercomputing, one of the most important in Europe. Fernando, hello, welcome on stage. Then we have Giulia Bini from CERN, which is a curator and cultural thinker, and now the director of arts at CERN. And Robert Meisner from the European Space Agency, Advancing Europe Quantum Secure Communication, from satellite to constellation to safeguarding our digital sovereignty. Welcome on stage. Yes. So we are going to start with you, Fernando. You're ready. And so at the Barcelona Supercomputing Center, I think you can be there presenting as you like. Yes. Yeah. At the Barcelona Supercomputing Center, you're building this hybrid infrastructure. Actually, it is really a church, so I'm sure you're going to show it, which is really impressive. Linking Mare Nostrum 5 with Europe's first public quantum computer under the Quantum Spain program. And you are also working and giving an example, I think, for all Europe about designing infrastructures as common and putting your work at the service of society, urban regeneration, and also really this science and arts collaboration.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, yes, thank you very much for inviting us. I come from Barcelona Supercomputing Center there. It's the place where Spain has I can see the slides there. Yeah. So Spain has this research center is one of the crown jewels of the Spanish institutions. And it's also one of the top three, it hosts one of the top 3 European supercomputers and one of the most powerful in the world too. And it serves academics and industry across all of Europe. But it's not just these that we have. We have over 1,300 people working at the center, many of them researchers on many areas like climate research, genomics, societal change, and lots of energy and future technologies. This is part of what we have, and very recently we also included services from a European initiative called AI Factories. This is hardware plus services plus data plus models, but directed exclusively for industry, right? To accelerate the uptake of AI technologies in the industry, European companies. Now looking towards the future, we have, like Francesca said, 2 quantum computers installed in what you see there is the church. So the red and blue, I think it's from Football Club Barcelona. These are the 2 prototypes for where we are exploring the possibilities and how we can grow these new technologies. Now, what you see there is mostly the refrigeration from the outside. I've been told that having these supercomputers inside the church is kind of goth, but it gets even better when you start looking at them from the inside. So you have these beautiful chips like jewels that were mentioned before. Now the center has a lot of research and a lot of generation of technology and innovation. And of course it has a lot of activities on arts and science. Typical things that you would see in a center of this size, which include giving data to scientists to produce installations and to work on dissemination of science through these artistic mediums. Also collaborations with museums and cultural institutions and curating some exhibitions. However, why we're here today is because we also do something that we call driving innovation through the mixes of art and science. And by this I mean innovation by creating knowledge and technology, and with very specific and concrete measurable outcomes, which means funding money, projects, papers, and some more indirect outcomes, which are lines of research, recruiting capabilities, and visibility for the center. Now, we call this, we don't have a very good name, cultural or artistic projects. And we do them because these are the rules that we play with. We do them because we can show off things that we can do. We can learn new things in these activities. We work together as a team, and it's a testing ground. Sometimes it's an experiment, and yes, of course, it's fun, sometimes more fun than doing some of the technical projects. And these last 3 parts are very internal, but important because my team is large. We are almost 30, and we are data analytics and visualization. These are our core skills. However, we have a very broad set of people coming from very different backgrounds with very technical lines of research, and this one that I'm talking about right now. Now, we do this through dissemination. This usually takes part of the project. However, the core of the activity goes to getting to explore some concrete scientific and technical problems through an artistic pathway. Okay, this includes sometimes collaborations with artists, but we don't do data exchange. So we don't do the kind of thing where we just give the data out and just wait for it. We actually get into negotiations with artists. What do they want to do? What problems they want to solve, and what problems we want to solve with their skills. And we reach some medium where we are both happy with what we're going to do. Now, this is usually not funded, so we invest our own time across the year through these projects. And we try to include all of the group because they usually need many perspectives to solve the things that we do. And I want to give you a couple of examples of how we do this project. So to take you through this journey, so we started in 2015 with this project. We tracking people mobility at the time was a little bit new. And so we decided to do that at the Sonar Festival. We installed and tracked the mobility of people through phones. And we called, of course, We Know What You Did Last Sonar at the project. And then we learned about human mobility. We liked the idea. We learned a couple of technologies. We started playing with these things. And we went into another project a little bit more ambitious. So mobility usually creates noise in the form of traffic. So we created another artistic project called Sonomap to explore also virtual reality representations and some technical details. So after a couple of pilots with the city that they liked what we were doing, we finally got a little bit lucky and we entered into a European-funded Horizon project to create a digital twin of the human mobility in the Football Club Barcelona stadium in 2019. So the pandemic hit us And then we had to change a little bit the project. We tracked mobility for the COVID applications, and I don't know if you remember those, but those gave ways for us to grow in scope, and we are now working on a project for creating a digital twin of a whole city. It's called B-City, and this is a proper tool now for making decisions for public administrations. So it has sort of outgrown its artistic birth, but it's now a real project that generates a lot of new technology and knowledge. And shortly, a second project, applications of Gen AI. We started in 2016 with this, interested in generating music with AI algorithms. And this is because music is a temporal series of data, and this is very useful for industry. So we did that, and we created some tools that we learned. But there were also some artistic tools that were used to create the first AI-composed opera. We discovered at that time the so-called latent spaces of the AI models that we used to learn. This is a chatbot from 2018, so a very small one, representing in the latent space a conversation of a person with it. And we started discovering that this is useful for some of the industrial applications that we wanted to get. Now, after a lot of this, and with the explosion of the chatbots a couple of years ago, we came back to the latent spaces to apply them to ChatGPT in a project that used 40,000 songs, the lyrics of the songs, to see what was happening inside these chatbots and the latent spaces. This project explained, got us in touch with Maria Arnal, this composer and singer from Spain, who was interested in this synthetic creation of voice through AI technology. And she was working with another group in BSc, and she created this project called Maria Choir that was actually showcased also here in Ars Electronica last year. So we got together, we talked about it, and it turned out, well, she found a way to collaborate with us through a START residency. And we were interested in improving those models with physical capabilities of the biology of speaking. So that's an Impossible Larynx project. And finally, we continued this after this residency. We wanted to continue knowing what we knew we could get from this in the project called Expanded Voices, that you can actually see the scientific outcome here in the Arts Features section. And tomorrow you can also see and hear Maria use these tools in the artistic part of the project in her show AMA. It's called at 11:30 p.m. tomorrow night.
Very fast, thank you.
Yes, and finally, I promise we have outcomes. I'm a scientist, I want to show numbers. So we have created 2 new research lines and 3 theses, lots of papers, over 18 papers. And I wanted to mention, in the last 7 years, over half of our funding comes from these kind of activities. So for us, it's a huge return on this investment. So we put our time and we get a lot of science and technology and innovation back. And yeah, this is our slide and show it. No conclusions.
Thank you. I'll go to Robert now, but maybe I ask you after, because you talked about data a lot, and we've been discussing all day about the need for data commons and data being stored in European jurisdiction and what happens to the data you use. So I will get to this question after. So Robert, the European Space Agency is leading, a lot of this public infrastructure across Europe, but also the European Quantum Communication Infrastructure, which is building quantum secure communication networks across fiber and satellites. And you have also Eagle One in orbit, which is a pathfinder for Europe quantum internet in space. But we also, and of course, you have all the quantum sensing and Earth observation infrastructure, and which is very, very important for everything we need to do in the continent. And we know that this is not only a technical issue, but also about trust and public participation and how people on the ground are really using this infrastructure. So my question is also to you, how can ESA help us design this Eurostack or this independent European infrastructure, not as black boxes only for the security elite, but also as transparent and accountable public utilities? That's the way I see it. And maybe if you can also elaborate on the dual use nature of the system. So the fact that the same kind of technology serve for military secrecy and purpose, but also for securing democracy and all the kind of public services that also we talk about. Sorry about the length of the question.
Does this work? Thank you first for inviting me. I'm more coming from the Earth observation part of our satellite systems, and we are also marginally involved in the quantum technology. But what we're mainly doing, we are providing data and information on our planet.
Can you hear? Just checking, yes.
Yeah, it seems okay. So we are providing infrastructure. We're providing data more than the technological infrastructure. So we are providing solutions to understand what's happening on our planet. So we're working in the climate research field. We do cooperate with artists a lot. We have an installation here where we do sonification of Earth observation data of the city of Linz. So that's something that you can see here. We're also responsible for building large archives. We're operating a high-performance computing center for that. Because what we have is a wealth of data looking down on Earth, looking at our oceans, looking at the land, looking at the atmosphere. We're operating 16 satellites. All this requires a lot of technology. But it is also very operational. And one thing that we have to do is we have to provide data for free. That's relatively new. That only came out in the last 10, 15 years. And it has to be publicly accessible, so everybody can have a look at the data, because that's what makes the data so valuable, that everybody can verify if it's true what scientists are saying. So if you want to put it in a different way, we're putting the hard facts on the table. If it's disaster management, if it's climate change, if it's how we're influencing our planet. And of course, this brings a lot of interest of artists into the game as well. So we are operating the infrastructure, but for the Earth observation data that we have to operate, to observe Earth. And that's what we are looking at.
And would you tell us more, both on the side of municipality or even on the side of other institutions who interact on the ground? How do they are able to access this data and make them useful? Because that's what matters at the end with the data. And then I still, although you're not in the more in the dual use part, but still we have heard, we are in a moment where this, what you're saying, accountability of data, making data accessible and transparent is very much challenged, in particular on the other side of the Atlantic, where you are working with the institution, with NASA on these projects, where they're having a lot of problems in putting data available to the public and making this data accountable and transparent. So what's your take on that, and what Europe can do? Because all the time, and I finish, we hear, for example, when we're having troubles with Elon Musk Starlink, all the time we talk about ESA and saying, okay, we have Aris squared, why that's not operational? Why Europe doesn't have its own infrastructure to do it in a way that's more accountable?
Well, we do have a very operational system in place for Earth observation, probably the most advanced system in the world, with Copernicus, which we're doing, and that brings me to your first question, whom we're interacting with. On an institutional side, it's mainly the European Commission, because they're operating Copernicus, the biggest Earth observation system in the world. We do interact with other players in Europe, the national space agencies of the different countries, like Italian, German, French, UK, you name it, everybody of our member states. We do interoperate also with European institutions, research centers like JRC, for example, but also EUMETSAT, who is providing the data for weather forecasting. There would be no good weather forecasting without satellites. 80% of the accuracy today in the weather forecast comes from satellites. And and it's not about going to the beach. It's every time you board an aircraft, every time you board a ship. It's about agriculture, it's about yield prediction. It has a huge impact. And that's coming to the second part of your question. How do we manage to make this data accessible and usable? First of all, it's available freely on the internet. Everybody can download the data in the whole world, so it's not limited to Europe. The data can be used for every commercial application. So what people now have, and that's the big advantage of this new system, it's operational. If you develop a system today to do applications like, for example, yield prediction, iceberg warning, whatever, this costs a lot of money to develop. But you have now a planning security for the next 10, 15 years that you will have data. So if you found a company and build a company on that data, you can do that. And that's the big difference and the big advantage.
Thank you. I'll go to Julia now. Julia, you are now the director of Arts at CERN, and previously also at EPFL. You've been pioneering for a long time this arts science residencies program, and working both ways, from the lab to the science lab to arts institution, and from arts institutions to the science lab, but also, as Armin was really stressing, I think also into civic life. I mean, into schools, parliaments, public squares, museum. How do we bring this practice a bit more outside, yes, of this change that is happening, from the lab to the cultural institutions?
So I would like, also from the perspective of Arts at CERN and of CERN around quantum, also CERN is the Quantum Technology Initiatives, which is grounded in what is also the general mission of the institution, which is indeed an open access institution in terms of knowledge that is produced, and also there's this also reflection, of course, always around the member states. So it's really, it fosters collaborations among also member states, and therefore quantum technology is also a focus. It was somehow aspects of quantum technology are developed at CERN and also then are, let's say, explored within this initiative. Exponentially also on the, let's say, this was always, I would say, an objective of CERN to make a research which is also almost philosophical, accessible to a larger public. And I would say also in this quantum transition, we do exponentially have this function. And culture, I would say, in the transversality of allowing access to artists and, let's say, fostering these exchanges among artists and scientists, but also, I would say, fostering also a cultural discourse. And what was evoked also at the beginning of this panel, so precisely this multidisciplinary exchange among scientists, among artists, among philosophers, and I would say also for quantum technology, for what was also discussed before for AI, we might have that opportunity that we missed, we could say, with AI. Therefore, really, let's say, really working with all the stakeholders step by step, including, of course, the cultural sector and the open, the society at large, for having with this technology not the necessity to sort of follow to a technology, let's say, that developed much faster, for instance, than the legislation associated to that. So this is also relevant, for instance, in the discussion with scientists and engineers at CERN concerning also, for instance, quantum technology. So there's the base also of somehow addressing the technology in its concrete applications. Therefore, also, while there's an immense sort of field for, let's say, philosophical imagination, artistic, philosophical exploration, artistic imagination. For scientists at CERN, it's also about the concrete applications of this technology. So grounding this analysis also on robust scientific research. So what are the concrete applications of, for instance, quantum sensing or also quantum communication or aspects that are really linked to research at CERN. And of course, exponentially artists, also in the world of scientists, they have this function, they are, scientists are actually curious for artists to observe their own practice, what I see around the quantum discourse somehow, that indeed what was evoked also from Armin before, let's say, artists disrupt also the day-to-day life of scientists and in their laboratory. So there's an internal, let's say, an internal pleasure, let's say, in this exchange. And then, of course, there's the mission of what we could say public outreach, for which, of course, from the side of Arts at CERN and from also curatorial and cultural side, we need to always also guarantee the depth of the works and the analysis that that are emerging from this art science collaboration, for it to be a ground for basically flourishing of new thought and new knowledge, and not only, I would say, let's say, something at the service of, it's really the meeting of different knowledge fields and also competencies.
So last year you received the STARS Prize for this work that you're doing between CERN at CERN, so in arts and science. And so my question is if you can tell us what CERN is actually doing. You just started, so we are curious to know what's your vision for the future activities that you will do. And also it seems to me, I mean, not only the relevance of this institutionalization, the way you've done it, institutionalize this practice, which, for example, can be an example for ESA or for the European Commission and other institutions, also to think next level of this kind of practice. But also in some fields of science, it's much more difficult, this interaction. It seems to me, for example, when we look at the work that they're doing at the Barcelona Supercomputing Center, because of the different type of technology, it's actually a bit easier for the artists to interact, to go with their practice, to show things, you know, it's easier. And can you tell us where we are with your thinking on this topic and also on quantum in particular?
So yes, Arts at CERN indeed received last year the Arts Prize, the STARS Prize, and also with Monica Bayo, we know it's really established as a very solid platform for art and science collaboration. And CERN, Arts at CERN also had really this conceptual core of basically physics developed at CERN. Exponentially, I would say also the world of particle physics and of physicists are, of course, expanding to what are the big societal / technological challenges of our society, we could say, and for sure, Arts at CERN is going to follow also these exponential developments of technology and in what is already a function. So on one hand, it serves, of course, the scientific core of CERN, so particle physics. On the other hand, there's such an infrastructure of which, again, it was also mentioned before, but the infrastructural element is exponentially important. CERN itself is also, the mission of CERN is also to advance knowledge, but there are also notions of, for instance, sustainability for these technologies that are relevant or enter in the discussion. So I would say it will follow also the exponential challenges of a world where arts and science, technological and scientific developments are going exponentially faster, but also artists. What perhaps 15 years ago was a niche, so to say. So indeed, I was at the EPFL before I was also at the ZKM. So what was a sort of, it's now also almost a mainstream trend of contemporary production today, but it's also the reason why artists are always analyzing basically society. And these are fundamental topics. And I would say Arts at CERN will follow and continue this path of exploring not only particle physics, but also this nexus of art science in its complexity.
Okay, Julia doesn't want to tell us more about her new program, but we will be.
No, but I mean, I can say that we have artistic residencies, commissions,
of course,
and exhibitions.
Everything will continue.
I believe in the organic continuation and in the expansion.
And standing on the shoulders of giants, as we say. So in the remaining time, that's not much, let me push the two of you a little bit more on this question. So we've been all day interrogating, of course, this panic, yes or not. We started the day from infrastructure of authoritarian control. So we see a lot of authoritarian tech happening now, a spike in defense tech investment, militarization. I mean, a kind of a panic mode, yes. And then we went, in the previous session into how do we reclaim this infrastructure for Europe Commons and how do we build a Eurostack and how we learn from the artistic practice to do that. So in terms, my question to the data, for example, are we here having infrastructure, public utilities really that help us to have a different treatment with the data on European jurisdiction that's kept as a common? Where is the difficulties that you're having both in the BCC and in the European Space Agency, and where do you see Europe going? So where are we on our way trajectory to a sovereignty that's really for the people and the planet? Are we getting there, or do you see more of a panic mode?
I think we have a lot of efforts towards building infrastructures and storage and data silos, places, not silos, but places where we can share them. The question we have right now also from the public side is that we know that we have to do it right. So there's a lot of what from the outside is seen as a slow movement, maybe, because there's a there's a lot of care put into making sure that the data that we store and we have and we collect is properly sanitized, is properly given to these places, and we have the rights to use it in the proper ways, and to make sure that we don't commit the same mistakes that we have, or all the people have made recently.
And hopefully you're collaborating across all these AI factories. This is going to be one of my focus in the future. Make sure, even with the space infrastructure, the supercomputing, the quantum, that this is seen as a European-wide collaboration and not happening nationalistic in silos or isolated.
AI factories right now, most of the discussion goes into, okay, what do we have, what can we share, how can we expand this, and how can we move into this information so that people can use it in good ways also.
Robert.
It's in our, can you hear me? Yes. It's in our mandate as ESA. We are all collaboration. We have 22 member states. We do everything to foster collaboration between the different entities. And we are not limited to the space sector. We're working with AI companies, we're working with quantum sensing companies, we're working a lot with industry, and that on a European scale. And building a satellite is per se a collaboration thing to do, and using the data and delivering the data is as well. So yes.
So panic, yes or no?
Well, if you look at our data, more on the yes side, I would say.
Okay, so an applause to the panelists. Thank you very much. Just panic, yes. Do we? Okay, so we are almost at the end of our day. Oh, she's there. She's there. We just weren't. So we are now going to the end of our day. And to close this session, I'm honored to introduce Bettina Kramer from the LAS Art Foundation in Berlin. Bettina will present Sensing Quantum, which is the winner of the 2025 STARS Prize. This work pushes us to perceive quantum complexity not only as a scientific breakthrough, but as a cultural, educational, and civic horizon, also to involve the public, to understand more, but also to transform future realities. Bettina, it's great to have you here, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. No? Yes. Thank you. There you go. So, welcome to the LAS Art Foundation. We sit at the intersection of art and really the latest technologies in science. And we embrace the now, but even more so the future. Here, perfect. We do this by different formats and different kind of programs. We do large-scale exhibitions and installations. We often run a heavy R&D. We do symposia, publications, and performances, concerts, and much more. And you find much more on our website as well. About 6 years ago, we did a small project with, where we embraced quantum technologies with an artist called Libihini. And since then, we really became quantum nerds and fully embraced these kind of new technologies. And this year, we launched our Sensing Quantum program. And this entails large-scale exhibitions, symposia, publication, conferences, and much more. And we will continue with this program for 3 years, so from 25 to 27. We found fantastic partners on this journey. We started with IBM, but then with Google AI Quantum, with the Forschungszentrum in Jülich, Quantum Leaks, Max Planck Institute, Heraeus Stiftung, and most recently Oxford universities. This year we opened a show with Laure Prouvost in Berlin called We Felt a Star Dying at Kraftwerk Berlin, which is a former power plant. It's 8,000 square meters, where we installed an exhibition about quantum physics and quantum computing, and where we installed a world by Laure where you could experience this world with all your senses. You could see it, you could hear it, you could smell it even. And these are some images of the installation by Laure. This is a quote by Laure saying, "This project aims to trigger the switch altogether from our Newtonian habits of translating the world to a quantum reality with its micro-free spirit and entanglement. These words, this ink, letters, these pixels are infinitive quantum effects that are one with us. The exhibition wants to feel and translate that in the hope to entangle us all in a preferred state and place." The installation was multi-sensory and included video, 26 minutes, sound, sense, sculpture, little cute bits, she called it, that moved up and down, and a huge scenography. Here's some more images. The little glowing things are cute bits. And in the middle, you see Laure's film, 26 minutes. And what was really great about the film is that we changed sequences with a custom quantum AI model that we designed with the quantum AI unit from Google. We also had an educational level and ran an educational program that was a collaboration with Volkswagen and their innovation unit. And we had a sound lab with quantum sound commissions. And we had learning space for high school students, for children, and it was really fully embraced throughout the exhibition. It was great to see from babies to really everyone indulging into quantum physics and quantum computing. We ran a talk series as well, and had this is parts or images of this educational space where you could read, there was interactive moments where you could design your own quantum sound, and where you could have a look at a part of a quantum computer. We closed the exhibition with a performance by Cookie, and she also used this quantum AI model that I mentioned. And we had a full house that evening, as you can see. And here's some numbers about the impact, and I think that's the most relevant numbers to point out. So we had, for an exhibition about quantum computing and quantum physics, we had 52,000 visitors. But we also had 480,000 visitors on our website, and quite a massive press outreach. You are also all dearly invited to our Quantum Sensing Symposium taking place end of October in Berlin, where we invited artists, Nobel Prize winners, and quantum computer engineers predominantly. Here's some names. So it's Roger Penrose that you might know, but also Hartmut Neven, Tommaso Calaco, and Laure Prouvost, Wayne McGregor, and some other artists as well. So the Sensing Quantum program, as I pointed out, has different components or different categories. And we're going to continue with that, with large-scale exhibitions, with this kind of symposium, followed by a publication that we present at the Venice Biennale. And that's it. Thank you so much.
Okay, yes, so this is really the end of the day. And so thank you for staying with us from this morning until 5 p.m., actually more. I think they're really waiting for us, Ars Electronica, to probably leave the space. But a couple of things maybe I want to say before we go. So first of all, we moved really from panic mode into building Europe's AI and infrastructure commons into quantum horizon. So how this is all helping to create a collective imagination that's really open, accountable, and democratic. So we want to show that the future is not prescriptive, but it's really we are here to shape it, to be part of it, and to influence the way it happens. And we do this only in this interaction between the scientists, policymakers, artists, and innovators, bringing their perspective together and transforming the way that things are happening. So the message I think we want to leave with the Archipelago mission is really this empowerment and collective empowerment. Although we feel a lot of time that yes, we are in a panic mode, we are not going to let the future be written by oligarchs that are transforming us into an authoritarian country. So we're going to take democracy back and fight for democracy also through arts, science, and yes, and collaboration. So thank you for being here and making this possible.
It's of course necessary to give thanks to everyone who actually in many cases traveled from very far to stay here for just very little time, because in a way they believe and they feel engaged in contributing to producing an argument that we are trying to sustain here. So thank you to the participants. Thank you to Ars Electronica, of course, for inviting us and hosting us here, and the team who actually worked with us in the last few months in a very intense way. This is a very, very intense festival, as you know, so these things require a certain pace and time, so scale is important, and we ask a lot of you for being 7 hours here, and many of you have been, so thank you so much.